Yo, here we go. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. Oh, been a rainy day today. Been a rainy, funky day today. Alright, let's get moving. Afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Happy hump day in the hood, trash day in the hood today. I don't know what they were doing. They were picking up some trash cans today. I don't know. Meaning they were removing them. I don't know what the hell happened. Whether some people just aren't around anymore to have trash collected. I got no idea. What's going on? If you're coming in, please take a second to hit the thumbs up button. It is very appreciated. We have a very unsettled weather pattern here, which is typical at the end of summer. We're officially in the fall now. Bye summer. Rate to summer. Yeah, I give it a B plus. It was a good summer. A lot was done on the Rancho. A lot was accomplished. And here we are today, though. It is officially October 1st. If you're in China, happy China National Day, the founding of the People's Republic of China, October 1st, 1949. 1010, of course, is the founding of Nationalist China in 1911, which is now on Taiwan. The Kuoming, you have the Kuomingdong and the Gongtan. The Gongtan are the communists, the Kuomingdong are the nationalist Chinese. So, big day today in China. They're golden weeks, so a lot of people are traveling and doing stuff. How do I know? Because I have a lot of contacts still within China, and I keep very much on what happened, up to speed on what happens in China, because it's very important to our world. 20 years ago, I suspected how many years ago I worked over in China, I knew as soon as Deng Xiaoping said that capitalism is okay, we can have a market-based economy, I knew one day that once capitalism began to work its magic on China, yes, they would rapidly rise to become an important power in the world. And if you look through history, as civilizations rose and nations became great, the time needed to become great has gotten shorter and shorter once you adopt a capitalist mentality. In other words, it took the English, I don't know, from 1840 Industrial Revolution and all that, 100 years to be great or whatever. And once we got underway here, the time just gets shorter and shorter and shorter, Kevin. And in a matter of only since the early 90s, 30 years, things have been tremendous in China. Let me get my coffee. We got a lot to talk about today. Moderators, if you could please encourage people to hit the thumbs up. It is very appreciated. Let me get my coffee. What's the temperature now? 66 degrees. that sun feels good, but it ain't gonna be around for long. I don't think. I don't know. It's been pretty wild. Let's go. We've got Glasgow Walkabout. Hello, Ronnie, Cindy. How are you? Vern. Hey, Robbie. How you doing? Save Robbie. What a joy to see you. Mustard Yellow. Nice to see you. The King of Kingsburg down there. Dervid. Hello. How are you? Yeah, 66 degrees. Yeah, so nice to see everybody today. Hello, Amanda, hug and kiss. Lisa, Callie, Mo, Zofo. Well, we've got some problems. Hello, Classic. I mean, I get the mail that comes in. You can't believe this morning so many people said they so enjoyed last night's live stream. I don't even know how many hours we went all together. I had a blast last night. I mean, I really, don't get me wrong. I love live streaming, but some live streams are more memorable than others. I don't know what this broad is doing here. What's this fish head doing in her? All right, honey, you got your nice do-rag shower cap on. I don't know what the hell is she wearing. I guess it's a chef cap. I don't know. Looks like something out of the Three Stooges. I don't know. Yeah, so last night was a blast. I don't even know, Ronnie, how long we went. Yeah, I love Green, Robbie, and you guys make sure to sub up Robbie. He's a very entertaining person. He's also a content creator, especially in the sense of he has some movies that he has actually written and made, which is pretty amazing. Produced, wrote the scripts, got the actors, and yeah, put it all together. And the reception was such that he did a second one, which I think is pretty doggone awesome. So a super creative person, now living in the greater Denver area. It's had kind of a topsy-turvy time the last year or so, but people with a lot of bounce to the ounce always end up bouncing upright again. They're like weeble wobbles. You kind of weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. You'd have to be about my age to know what a weeble is. Hey, Teresa, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, Callie Mo. Yeah, Lisa wasn't here last night either. So it was a great stream last night. Got a lot of positive feedback today. The overwhelming amount of my mail today had to do with the shutdown. And how do you think it's going to turn out? What are the implications? Well, once again, we have gold surging above. It's a good chance by the end of the week we could be at $4,000 an ounce on gold. And silver at $50 an ounce is not too far off. Once we clear 50, there's no overhead resistance in the price of silver. In other words, there's nobody in the world that holds silver at a loss. Therefore, there shouldn't really be any selling pressure at all, and it should be able to really advance on a significant advance here. Hey, Buttercup Baby, and Buttercup Baby, thank you for your note. I know you invest a lot of time in writing, and I always give the excuse that I never am one. I just am swamped with mail every day. And now that I'm involved in writing and everything else, I have a lot of stuff going out, a lot of confirmations and things. So I'm not being arrogant or prideful. I'm just saying, if you knew the volume of what comes in on the daily, stuff from vintage audio questions and crabbing questions and metal detecting, where did this happen and what should I put my settings on for my metal detector? Should I dig every target? Ay caramba. And to properly answer these questions, you actually have to go back and look at the video again. Even though you did that video in 2013, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I know it's gross to think about that for me. Hey, Cindy. I owe an explanation. It's gross to think about how many years I've been polluting the atmosphere here on YouTube. Don't say anything, Amanda Hagen, because I can't stand you as it is. All right, so let's be honest with you. So Buttercup Baby knows me. I'm not out here to offend anybody. Sometimes I think people take offense at what I say, but everybody is entitled to their opinion. And it used to be in America, you could go on a show like Firing Line with William F. Buckley, and people could be diametrically opposed to each other, and you could have a really good conversation and maybe even learn something at the end of it. Nowadays it's like, well, it's like St. Paul preached about, when the end times come, there'll be people that are unable to bear hearing the truth anymore, and they will want to hear things that only conform with the way. That's no way to run a railroad. I don't know what's wrong with our connection. We're having some weather problems here today. Look at this guy. He thinks he's just allowed to plow through the intersection here. If you're on wheels as a biker, you have to follow the same laws as a car. If you're on a bike path, you can do whatever the hell you want. But if you ride on the streets, just remember when we knocked Biker Boy. Remember when we knocked Biker Boy down, and we fixed his wagon pretty good. Right, we knocked him right off his bike, out of his shoes, through the fence. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I'm not using that as an excuse, but I do get people that get pissed off because I acknowledge what they wrote and everything, and they don't get a lot back for probably Bob doing crypto. I don't know what it is. No, it's been bad all day long. Sometimes it's like leaks are exposed from, we go all summer, we have no rain here. And then the first rain exposes some deficiencies in wiring and other things that bring it all down. Naomi, how you doing, honey? It was very nice to see your color choices on your crocheting there. It was very nice. We've got Seattle Judy, Milkman's Kids. I know you a lot. Yeah, it's okay, Judy. I'm drinking Japanese whiskey. Oh, I had such a good time last night. I got out, very rare for Tuesday night. It was like my Friday. I got out the, okay, hate me, all right. I got out the cognac a little bit, sipped a little of that, made a really delicious soup. I went to have a hot dog today. Oh, my lip. I had it on a fork, right? I do that. I put the hot dog on a fork, and I put it over the flame on the stove. Yeah, like I'm roasting it over a campfire. And I'm eating the hot dog. Right? It's got nice char on it. And all of a sudden, the tine, the T-I-N-E, one of the tines of the fork touches my lip. It was so bad. It was so bad. Oh man, it just burnt the shit out of my lip, and all the skin's coming up. And oh, what happened to you? Oh, yeah. I know, Buttercup Baby, but sometimes I don't think you take a lot of time, you put a lot of thought into your communications, and I appreciate that. I think you're an excellent person, and I don't want to ever diminish that thought that I don't think the world of you, because as I said last night, you have a very strong titanium backbone. It's like you can take a hit, you might not agree with it, but you can say, hey, that's your belief, this is mine, and it's all good. Oh my God, beside me, he's awesome. Yeah, I'm taking my feed to homeless somewhere in Oregon for Thanksgiving. Well, don't forget about my fundraiser. Caving in and sipping vino with Len. Why not, Cindy? I mean, we're retired. I know. I mean, yeah, I burned the shit out of my lip. Yeah, I'll be putting up Halloween. Hey, Alan. You know, you should never eat a hot dog off of a fork, okay? I'm just saying, man. It got a little close. I had to rip it off of my lip. It's the equivalent of the kid that goes out in sub-zero temperature and sticks his tongue on the phone pole or whatever. Shit, it was so bad. Yeah, it's bleeding. It's a hot mess. I almost bit my tongue off in my sleep. I know. I don't care. I'm built for pain, right? So please hit the thumbs up button. Today is appreciated. I'm not going to be drinking like that tonight, but it was a long night. I had to put a good gallon and a half of soup together to last me for a while. I don't really eat cereal or other things for breakfast. I did put together the broken yolk. It's only about 2.5 minutes long, but you get the idea of the place. You get to see the menu and the food. In Las Vegas, right on Las Vegas Boulevard there. I still haven't put the video together about the truth about Vegas and whether it's crowded or what's going on down there. I was everywhere, so I had a good idea. Let's see. Alan Gentry said, good to see you. The speech Pete Hegman was completed. You see, I know a lot of that. That was the most stupidest. Well, he's smooching you away. Well, yeah, we'll just have to pause on the smooching. We'll just have to pause on the smooching a bit. As you know, today is the first day of the shutdown, and the impact on people has been negligible. We've gone through these things so many times, but you have to understand that we're so far apart in the polls of the Democrats and the Republicans. I don't mean the P-O-L-L-S, I mean P-O-L-E-S, like North Pole and South Pole. That finding common ground to bring this together, in my opinion, having seen these shutdowns since the early 80s, is this one's going to be a little more problematic, because now I think we're getting an advanced staging for the midterm elections coming up. We're almost to the end, not almost, but we've still got a little bit to the end of the year. But come January, February, yeah, the campaigning is going to begin in earnest for the November elections. You would know. Pope Leo might convince me to turn Catholic. I don't know. At this point in time, you can take him, okay? It's a good thing there's only been 2 things declared in the whole history of the papacy as infallible, and that was in 1950 and 1953. Otherwise, you never know what the heck's going to be coming out of these guys' mouths, especially over the last 60 years ago. Sometimes it's just, it makes your hair stand on end. But let's see. I have to go rogue and independent. Oh shit! Oh man. So I think it was interesting today that gold won over. I'm not quite sure if it reached $3,900 an ounce. I saw silver almost touch $48 an ounce today. We're not far from $50 an ounce. And again, how you doing, Lurker? Again, I find myself asking the same question. Why? Why do the birds keep on singing? Why do birds like to fly? Why do silver and gold keep going up, up, up and up. And as time goes on, and I look at the news, and I return to something I originally theorized about 3 years ago. That I said there can only really be 3 reasons that precious metals are going up. There can only be 3 that I can identify. Number 1 is people's expectations of inflation. We haven't really seen the inflationary pressures ripping through, although I did see when I was shopping at Costco, yeah, some prices have crept up, and I haven't been a member that long, and I got a pretty good memory. But I don't think the inflation accounts for something that's quadrupling in price, okay? The second thing is that perhaps there's some type of monetary system that's being developed that has so many countries scrambling for gold. And I think silver has a lot of military use. There's a lot of rebuilding needed. And the third one, I think, is the worst one of all. And that's the one I find myself, that I've talked about for years, and it's the one that I find myself more and more gravitating toward. And that is some type of fiscal calamity that befalls maybe not just the United States, but a lot of the West, too. A lot of the West. And it all has to do with the overabundance of the amount of debt that's in. It's been service. Yeah, it's been I noticed it yesterday, Lurker, and hello to you. I noticed that going on yesterday. As time goes by, and I see society, and I see what's happening on the streets of America, and I see people emboldened enough now to take trucks and just smash through the front of churches and open fire. And I see this open war on a lot of faith these days. It really makes me believe that things are kind of fragile right now. And you might say, well, why is all this stuff going on at the Pentagon? And why is all this, why all of a sudden there's this urgency to, like, military and things like that, apart from China and things like that. You don't have to. China's never been a nation to strike out first and to, they're reactionary in what they do. They're happy. If you look at the symbol for China, Zong meaning center, middle kingdom, and the kingdom part is it's a wall around a guy with a sword, and it looks like somebody's head's off. I don't know what it is. But in other words, they stay within they only really give a shit about what's going on in their own country. But I think that I really feel now that the federal government that's in now has an eye towards expecting some type of civil unrest on a pretty big scale in America. Practicing putting military on the streets. I don't think it's so much that the need is actually there now. I think it's more of a deterrent kind of thing that you can see in Washington, D.C., having cops on the streets. They just immediately crash the crime a lot. Costco. I'd say I would say we're more like Weimar Republic, pre-Weimar Republic, 1921, 22, somewhere in there. 1933 was already collapsed. There was nothing left. There was no dignity. There was no morality. It had collapsed. Berlin was a den of iniquity and disgust and filth, and the whole German people had been degraded themselves to a great extent because of the loss of World War I. We're at the top of our game right here. We're at the other end of the spectrum, right? We're closer to a 1929 model than we are like a 1933. They done it now. They got to cause war. First ton of people, non-birth, and Democrats and black, they need to end. And I'm not saying I'd like to fight them. I'm interested in learning the training aspect. There's no other way I can explain it except to anticipate that there's going to be decisions made at the federal government that are going to really impact people's lives in ways that have not been impacted since the 1920s and 30s. Hey, this girl's journey. So many friends have lost their job. I hear you. I hear you. My daughter just moved to Virginia herself and working at the Pentagon. She's got an ear to it. I suspect, and a clearer picture is starting to form in my mind, I suspect that perhaps there are some decisions that are going to be coming down the pike that are going to be met with a lot of unpopularity here. It might have to do with generalized cutbacks too, because of course, as much as you want to babble about tariff revenue and all that, at the end of the day, 300-400 billion dollars against a deficit of $2 trillion plus is not really that significant in terms of what's going on. She works there now. She just got transferred. She works on Star Wars and works with Raytheon Corporation and a lot of the super high tech companies on weaponry in space and other programs, because the apple fell far from the tree, and she's like a geek. I said, yeah, they're not going to see their job again. Some of these people. There's a desperation edge to what's going on now in terms of cuts and things like that, and it's like, sadly, in my mind, just doing the back of the envelope math, you can cut all you want, but that federal debt keeps growing and it keeps compounding week by week by week, and at the same time, other countries need to raise money too. UK, France, Italy, other nations in the Western world, yeah, they need, and in South America. Yeah, thank you, Milkman. I appreciate that. So, yeah, I'm the least successful one, and I'm the bum. I'm the black sheep in the family. So I'm having an idea that's kind of swinging into place now, that things become progressively more unstable on the street. And of course, there's a lot of actors out there that love that. Antifas, groups like Indivisible that are avowed socialists / communists. They live for this kind of they live for these kind of moments because, well, they can sense that revolution might be in the air. And if that's the case, and the streets become progressively unstable because, well, we have, like, on the, what is it, the 18th of October, we have another No Kings rally coming up. And I suspect in places like Portland, yeah, it could get a little bit dicey. Yeah, October 18th. It could get a little bit dicey. So that's the potential that's coming up. Anytime you put large masses of people onto the streets these days, yeah, there's a lot of risk. So this is one reason I think that the military is kind of being toughened up here to I like the fact that the Secretary of War said that you have to go out there and PT, physical training. You can't be a slob as a general, and I like that. You gotta lead by example. There's some things that I appreciated. He said very much that it's time to shake up the military and shake out just shake out the slobs or whatever. There's, I think the Marines need to go into unhinged cities. Yeah, a lot of people believe that too, Naomi. I don't know about Marines. But I think it's more of a training thing. Because I hate to tell you this, because you're relatively young. You're a lot younger than I am. Most of the people here are, younger than me. Some not significantly, though. Some are older than me. But I suspect they're training up because people are going to get frustrated here. Because there's going to be cuts instituted. Now, are they going to be cuts to Social Security, to Medicare, to Medicaid programs, to, you name it. Whatever things that we're doing now, I would have to say yeah. I would have to say yeah, and one of the ones that's on the chopping block now is a lot of the leadership of the Pentagon and the Defense Department. Yeah, I don't know what all these dudes do. I'm going by. They're strong. Do what's necessary. Hey, honey, you look like you're about 50, okay? Hope things will be okay. Well, I'm just talking, Cindy. You're going to be fine, honey. I'm just saying, we have to face the reality of where do you get the money? We have what's called an actuarial pyramid here. And it only really functions when you have more people paying into the system than they're drawing benefits out of the system. When there's less young people and there's less people actively in the workforce, there's less Social Security money collected. Which is one of the reasons I said that they should tax corporations Social Security tax. They should be paying in as if they're a person because they get the benefits of free speech. They can spend money on political activities and things, so I believe that they should be taxed too, like a person, and pay in Social Security tax. But I don't think that's going to happen. So because you have, how you doing, Aquarius? Because you have less people paying in, and the jobs are becoming more menial in nature, and the rich people are capped off at, I don't know what it is, $180,000 a year or something like that. It doesn't look good for the Social Security Trust Fund. Now they're thinking like 2032 or 2033. So it used to be 2050. Now it's pulled into like 2032 because I think the actuarial projections were built on lower interest rates. And of course, we have interest rates that refuse to go below 4% here. And that's a far different rollover that you have to finance than like 0.75% of interest. It's tremendously more expensive to roll that over. 50-50 on no kings. Now, on the other hand, I would caution people that are all rah about street protests and rah about chaos and disorder on the streets that it doesn't take many disaffected people. It doesn't take many opportunists to get out there into the midst of those crowds and create absolute mayhem. And some people, maybe a few in here, may welcome that. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that all of our bread is buttered on the same side. We're not a creditor nation, okay, which means we depend on people overseas and within our country looking at our debt obligations that we issue and deciding that they're the safest place on planet Earth to put their money. And when you start to see shit that happens on the streets and things, and like what's happening in France and what's in Peru and Chile and England, it's not something that anybody should wish for. It's not something that anybody should wish for, because it creates a very dangerous situation where things can spiral out of control. And then, you know what? As much as you may hate the administration, as much as you may hate the thought of military on the streets and all that, there could be such grave damage done that the consequences are incalculable in terms of the damage that could be done. We've been lucky in this country that we've been pretty wide open and have a lot of civil liberties. And once people start to feel like you're kind of out of control in this ship, the boat is kind of lurching, and they start to get a little worried. So we have to be able to maintain stability, at least the appearance of stability. And we're all the thing is, lurker, what happens if we don't do anything? This is the side that you have to see. What happens if we don't do anything? In other words, we let corruption rule these big city police departments. Crime is out of hand. We have declining businesses shutting their doors, employees being laid off, business models that don't work anymore because the police can't be on every corner. We know that. So unless you expect people to suddenly magically get better and magically start being civilized and magically stop stealing, stop doing drugs, stop sex trafficking and prostitution, then what is the alternative? How else do you maintain control? That's the big issue. If you think that people are just going to naturally revert and be kind and be nice, don't forget you have speedboats flying towards the United States loaded with enough drugs to get everybody high in this nation. Because nobody wants to pay for more cops. Buttercup, baby. Tell people what happened in Portland. How much they cut the police department. Seattle Judy can tell you what happened in Seattle. What was the big call after George Floyd? Anybody know? Naomi, what was the big thing that they were calling for? It starts with a D. Remember that craziness, that lunacy? Remember that? What was that lunacy about? Wait another minute and then we'll break it out. Because this would be another case of where people don't want to admit what they called for years ago. They want to now sweep it under the rug and say, well, we were of a different mindset then. We believed in the best of people. How you doing, Ron? The answer is, the big cry came, defund the police. Anybody remember that on the left? Amanda Hug and Kiss, remember that? Buttercup, baby, lurker. Remember that? When somebody thought that that would be a great idea and we don't need the police department, we're capable, and they had that goofy little fortress in downtown Seattle. Anybody want to lay claim to that? Right? You didn't call for it, but many Democrats did, and no Republican called for it. So don't bullshit. All right? Where you live, lurker, we're not talking about where you live. You live in Texas. They're not going to allow shit to get out of hand. There's no way. We're not talking about Texas. We're talking about these gas bag cities like Portland and these places like Seattle, where people choose to deny that there's any such thing as a bad person. And to defund the police, oh, they painted it everywhere. Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Minneapolis, St. Paul. Oh, defund the police. Remember, that was the big thing sweeping the Democrat Party. Defund the police. Yeah, they call it CHOP. Remember that, Judy? And we're supposed to glorify that. We're supposed to say, yeah, that's what people should have. So when they talk about, why don't we have more police? There's your answer. Okay? And another reason we don't have more police is we pissed away our city budgets on fat pensions, corruption, and everything else out there. Housing, kickbacks, garbage stuff. How you doing, Annie? Remember that defunding nonsense? And everybody, from the Kamala Harris on down, yeah, what a great idea, running over to Portland. Oh, it's beautiful. Right? We can take care of our own. We don't need no stinking police. And then they come to a point where they've cut their police departments. And also the point, some were defunded, Buttercup baby. In Portland, Oregon, the police department was reduced in size. Oakland, California, the police department is reduced in size because that's what people wanted. That's what they thought. And you know what? They got worser and worser and worser. And now we have to pay the military and taxes to replace law and order, not where I live. How you doing, Tina? So this is what I say. The Chinese are clever when they say the needle can't be both sharp at both ends. You can't on one hand say hire more police when the people within the city don't want the police, right? They don't want the police. They hate the idea of police authority. You think that guys running drugs and prostitution and that want more police around? Hell no. They're happy with the state of things. But this is what the left called for. And I've never heard one person apologize for that and say, that was a wrong-headed decision. That was a stupid thing to do. They will die on their sword. They will fall on their own sword to the death and say, oh, it was a great idea, but I thought people were a little better than that they could take care of themselves. So this is what I mean. There's this disingenuous streak that runs through things that says, I like things a certain way, but I don't like other things that way. In other words, I want law and order, I want more cops, and then you run across the people in those cities that don't want more cops, that don't want people looking over their corrupt shoulders in Chicago, in Baltimore, and down in Memphis, Tennessee. Why? Why can't they take care of their streets? Why can't we ask people to be better? Why can't we ask people to be better citizens? How you doing, Angus Kisses? Yes, anarchy, Annie, exactly. That's what people hope for. So when you see a case where they'll come out for the No Kings protest, there's so many people on the radical left now that hope all hell would break loose in America on that day. That drop to their knees and pray that civil unrest becomes a fact of life in America. Why? Because they're disenfranchised. They have nothing to offer society except the wish for chaos upon society. This is the reality. This is what's facing our nation today. How much longer we let crime degrade these cities, who knows? There's a reason that companies leave big cities and shut down, because it becomes impossible to do business. And the backbone of any city is always the business community. They're the ones that provide the taxes. They're the ones that provide the jobs. They're the ones whose taxes fund police departments and all that. Well, you can see the trend of the way things that are going. Yeah, well, I predicted the real chaos will come on the 18th. That's when I think the real chaos will come. It won't come from the military. It'll come from the Antifa and radicals on the streets. I don't believe the crime statistics, Alan. I think they're doctored by the police and the Attorney General's office. I firmly believe that now. I'm waiting. By the end of the month, we should have the report on Washington, D.C. and the way that they compiled statistics. And I'll be very interested. And if they do it down there, I'll suspect that they do it in a lot of different places. I can't be sure. I keep an open mind. But I'm looking forward to the independent investigation in D.C. to bring out the reality of, do we have true reporting or not? That's the key thing. If we don't have true reporting, no, Antifa's the ones that throw gas bombs, Lurker. Right? Or do you think that they're just misunderstood people that are out there on the streets enjoying themselves? Do you think it's the average person is dumb enough to be out there in the middle of that and to want to start chaos and kick in windows? Who do you think that is? The fairy godmother? Right. Of course they're paid. You have a whole organization that's paid to be out there, to be professional agitators. That's why they call them professional agitators. They're not on the right. They're not on the right. It's come to the point in some of these cities now that Oakland can't even hire police because nobody wants to. Hey, Miami. No one wants to work in a city that's so degraded by crime and so screwed up that the police officers don't even think that the leadership of the city has their back. Why would anybody stay there? No, I believe a lot of people are paid. There's organizations that raise money. Definitely pay people to go out there and agitate, especially communist and anarchist organizations that are low-key. But you better believe it's damn easy to round up people that want to be rowdy in this day and age. We're severely... Yeah, that's of course, Tina. Why would anybody want to be a police officer? Why would anybody want to be a cop? If I was younger, no amount of money could make me be a cop in Oakland. West Coast cops are very soft compared to the Rust Belt police. Yeah, well, I don't know about the Rust Belt, but the beautiful thing is in places like Texas, where they actually have an idea of law and order, you don't see people taking the streets and destroying businesses and things. This only happens in the blue cities. Okay, not in the places where law and order is relevant. Yeah, it's a well-known fact. That's what I'm saying, Judy. Again, people want to deny it because it doesn't fit their agenda. But it's there. Thank you, Bub D. Thank you. I try to look at things from both sides. And, yeah, when they find IDs of people from the outside of the areas and other places shipped in, and they look into their backgrounds, they look into their criminal records, yeah. Thank you, Bub D. Thank you. Let's give Bub D a big thumbs up on that. I appreciate it, Bub D. Thank you. Now, the funny thing is, yeah, it was raining here today. The funny thing is that when the stuff hits the fan, and when you start to have street protests that have a lot more young people because they don't have jobs or whatever, or they lost their government jobs, And they're out on the streets because they're bored and they got nothing to do. And then then we start having a shindig and people start kicking up their heels and they start going to town in some of these cities. Oh, brother. You're going to hear the people on the left with the loudest screams to bring in authority. Because now they feel themselves are threatened by living in those cities and living in war zones and things like that. So it's just a natural state of the corruption of Western civilization that we've even reached a point where we have to have militarized operations on the streets of cities. It's sad. It's sad. Down in San Ramon, right? 20 guys come busting into a jewelry store within 20 seconds robbed the place. 20. You talk about organized crime. Do you guys know what's coming down the pike in this country? When you start to have warlord gangs like that? You better understand that we all have a stake in law and order. And when people can't effectively do the job, I've seen a great down. I don't see any riots in Texas. It's quite a tribute to the way that law and order is carried out in some sections of the country, isn't it? Compared to others where it's devil may care. Right? It's like the people down there understand what government's supposed to be. It's supposed to be representative. Right? It's not supposed to be on the streets burning things down, going nuts on no riots with Charlie Kirk. Isn't that amazing, Noah? Isn't that amazing? It just goes to show you. There's lovely Rita meter maid. So I'm saying as things expand and go worse, the people that disparage law and order the most, that have ignored the requirement to bring people into order these days and to stop drugs infiltrating our community, they will be the ones loudest complaining that they need more policing and we don't have a place to shop, we don't have a place to buy groceries. What are we supposed to do? We can't get food delivered into our area, it's too unsafe. Hey Tammy, of course there's no riots in Texas. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, Pittsburgh refuses to become a sanctuary city. The budget is already overextended. Good. Hey, Deja Vu. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, Doc. How you doing? Good to see you. It's amazing. But you don't hear people address the law and order aspects of the South. They just think it's just a miracle. Or just people understand that you can't step out of line and be a dick in our area. Therefore, people can shop in peace. They don't have to worry about their stores suffering from shoplifting and being destroyed and things. It's a beautiful thing. They're not rioting, lurker. Okay? They're not rioting. Because a law and order society does not tolerate that type of thing, nor does it make excuses for the behavior of people that engage in it. Oh, they're just misunderstood. Yeah, they just got a bad shake in life. And in other words, there's no bad people at all. It's all good people that have just been led astray. Yeah. Yeah, rural areas are great, exactly. You don't have those situations. It's all cities, right? It's all in cities. And it's just that the criminal element gets so out of hand in those cities that it becomes intolerable. And you have situations like Baltimore where those with money flee to the county area and leave a hollowed out city behind. And what will be the ultimate fate of that city? Well, it'll just turn into Fort Apache, the Bronx. That'll be it. They'll just leave it to their own devices, and you guys do whatever the hell you want to do. We're pulling out of the area. That's it. The rival state cities in red states. Well, I don't know if the mayor of Memphis is Democrat or Republican. I don't really look at party too much. I look at the way that the whole city government is run. And in so many blue cities, I see just epidemics of corruption. Why? Because they tend not to be wealthy people that get elected, and the first time that somebody waves a couple $100 bills in front of their face, they just grab that like it's a bee to honey. Like, still nice, of course, about 1/3 of the people open carry. How you doing, Roy? But yet you'll have people that will say it's all good. The people in Memphis are very happy. The business community is very happy. The Downtown Business Association, the Chamber of Commerce, it's all good. I think I'm going to do some research tonight on the Chamber of Commerce outlook for the city of Memphis. I'm going to do a study of the city governments, see what the composure of the government is, what the parties are, and what you have to do to be a sheriff or to be an official in that area. If there is a law, if folks don't like to vote, well, that's why I said people don't want to vote to change the law. They're not patient to do that because they know that it would never carry the day, because they don't command the majority ground. Therefore, they get frustrated and they turn to violence as the answer, thereby further damaging their cause. Every time a window gets kicked in a protest or a vehicle gets lit on fire, the rest of the nation looks at that and says, I'm so glad that there's authority there to handle these thugs. Right, look at that stuff. And they're in there zooming in on the Waymo car that's on fire. The freaks that are assembled on the streets, the hammer and sickle flags, the communist flags, the placards, all that stuff. Yeah, that was it. Escape from New York. Remember Fort Apache, the Bronx? Because the water... That's what I'm talking about, Dr. Frankenstein. People in Birmingham, Alabama have $300 sewer bills because the water department embezzled, because you put a little bit of money in front of these people and they just can't resist grabbing it. This is why in so many ways it's good to have wealthy people that are in there that aren't going to care about a couple $100 or a couple $1,000. The mayor of Oakland sold herself out. The mayor of Detroit, various mayors of Baltimore City. It's been crazy. Truck driver, yeah, truck drivers say Memphis is a dangerous place. Yeah. The only city run by is Huntsville, and it's prosperous and safe. Yes, law and order is always the backbone of any civilization, and the willingness of people to police themselves is the key. When people sense that law enforcement is a joke, they will be out there to take advantage of whatever they can on the streets. Memphis is bad. East St. Louis is bad. Yeah, I couldn't wait to get out of New Orleans. Another city that's so corrupt, been through so many police chiefs, just a mess. And yet we're supposed to hold that up as a model that, good job, guys, keep it up. Keep it up. Whatever you're doing, let's double down on it. Let's double down on it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Whatever we're doing, keep on keeping on, man. This is why I say that a lot of people live in a dream world. They live in a bubble of denial. They see everything in terms of red and blue. not in terms of anarchy and authority. Everything comes down to shaded in the color of the party, which is sad. So they would be willing to send their own people down the river in these major cities to make a statement that they're right and the rest of the people are wrong. In other words, the safety and security of the citizens just doesn't really even matter. Like, who cares? Hey, monkey boy. Just like LA, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, remember that bullshit? Monkey boy knows. He told me about it. He told me, remember Monkey Boy defund the police? How that became the battle cry? Oh, we don't need a police department. We can take care of ourselves. It's like, good Lord. Are we in kindergarten? Are we in daycare? I mean, I just don't understand what possesses some people mentally to think that we don't need police and let's defund them. Remember, that swept across the north. All the cities get together. Yeah, we have to look into defunding police. Yeah, people want us to do that. It's like, and I will warn you, in New York City, that the majority of people employed in the finance industry now live in Texas and in Florida. They're no longer in New York City. And once this mayor comes in, God knows I wish this guy the best, but he'll be under the spotlight. And if criminals start to take advantage and shit starts to get out of control in New York City, and all these promises of housing and low-cost food aren't met by Madame, it'll be the beginning of the end of New York City. Humans versus oligarchs. Yeah, Monkey Boy, remember, shrimp gonna cost 22, look like 12. I know. I wish I could eat shellfish. I know, Naomi. But it's expensive. It is about crime. Crime is the backbone of the cities. Controlling crime. If you can't control crime, then cities are unlivable. Period. I noticed down south you don't have the craziness that populates the northern and in the western cities, because there's this air of liberalism that we don't need police. It's this idea that there's enough good people to make things right. It's like a total denial of the criminal element. It's like it doesn't exist. No, it's just that people are lying about it. People are good by nature, and they're not gonna stick a gun in your face. The Big Apple. Don't mind the maggots. Yeah, it's going to be again. With the leadership coming in now, and I do wish him the best, because there's a lot at stake. New York is a very important city. Love it or hate it, it's really the keystone of the north up there, and they're already dismantling the financial sector there, because with high tech, you don't need to have an exchange in New York City anymore. What is it, 90% of the trades are electronic anyway. You don't need to be there. And there goes all these underwriting jobs. These guys making $2 million, $3 million bonuses a year. Let's see. It's good to see Monkey Boy. How you doing, Monkey Boy? I hope everything's going good. Yeah, I knew Monkey Boy would weigh in on the defund police, and still not one person apologized for that stupidity. The financial firms, or the news today had an article that the balance shifted now. There's more people working outside of New York City in the finance industry than in New York City now. Yeah, I mean, when New York loses its engine, you might say, well, they have Broadway in the entertainment industry. Broadway in the entertainment industry, opera, symphonies, off Broadway, rest, they all depend on people having money and wealth to be able to drive that city. That city is driven by wealth. Once that wealth dissipates, you can never get it back again. And that's why I encourage I think he's going to win Madami. I encourage him to go softly. I know you'll have to feel like you have to please the people that want cheap groceries and cheap housing. That's a big nut to crack. Big nut to crack. You can't just wave a wand and happen. You'll have to turn to people and say, can we have the money for this? And they're going to say, dude, are you kidding? We don't have the money for it. That's why we elected you to figure it out. Oh, it's shutting down, Jess. You better read the article today in the paper. More people. You must be out of your mind if you think the cost structure of New York City keeps people in New York City. No. When you have states like Texas, I'm just waiting for the day. It's not going to be too long in the future when Goldman Sachs says we're moving our operations to Texas or Florida. Why would people need to be in the snow and ice with transportation strikes and rats running around and people being stabbed on subways and grandma being thrown in front of subway tracks? No. Yeah, why? You don't need the skyscraper. That's right, Dr. Frank. You don't need it. But what you do have is merchant bankers that are very well paid when you bring in underwriting out and they go to figure up bonuses at the end of the year. And yeah, you might get $500,000 to $5 million bonus. Plus, think about this, Jess. What's the income tax in New York State? What's the income tax in New York City? It's high, brother. What's the state income tax in Florida? And Lurker, what's the state income tax in Texas? Yeah, 40%. What is it in Texas? What is it in Florida? Oh, you don't pay tax on your state income. Yeah, housing's cheaper, the quality of people, the life, the world is your oyster down there. Yeah, zero in Nevada, exactly. Yeah, my question is, Jess, if I have a $5 million bonus and I have to pay 10% of that to the state of New York, and there might be a piggyback tax for New York City, you know what, brother? That's $400,000 to $500,000. Who can justify paying that? Who can justify paying that tax? And when that leaves New York, this is why I tell Madami has to absolutely be careful with what he does in New York City. It is a beautiful thing when you have states that have no state income tax. Yeah, New York has a progressive tax rate from 4% to 10.9%. So you take 10.9% of your adjusted gross income in New York, you're kicking in $500,000. That's the problem. You have this natural, I know, Jess, I'm just saying, there's this natural magnet. You can't beat economics. It's like you can't beat Las Vegas. The odds are stacked against you. And over time, bonus time, people look at their taxes. The big guys clearing $150 million bonuses, the Jamie Dimons, etc., with their annual pay, and they're like, shit, man, that's $30 million to New York. Yeah, it'll be all right. So you have a better climate. You have cities that are very well controlled. They don't have people rioting and kicking in windows and Antifa on the streets there. The taxes are lower. So why wouldn't it be an attractant over time? And what happens? The entertainment industry follows down. It follows the money, philanthropy, everything. And what's left in New York City? I don't know. So, Mr. Madami, Zoran Madami, has put people's expectations very high on what he's going to be able to do. Groceries, going to have state or co-op run grocery stores. You're going to have cheaper housing. I heard Mayor Koch promised that back in the 1970s, and we know what happened to him. Yeah, it'll be bad, yeah. They already had one in the Bronx kind of fall apart today. Maintaining the subway infrastructure, the bridge infrastructure in New York. People just don't realize how fragile the existence of New York City is in terms of the tremendous wealth that's generated there. When a company comes public, the underwriter typically makes about 10% of the public offering for doing all the legal filing, SEC, all the placing it in portfolios. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Yeah, I felt, man, it's a good thing nobody was killed in the Bronx when that side of the apartment went down. Holy shit. Well, they're not going to care down south because they have air conditioning and they have money when they move down. They're not going to be worried about they can control their climate. You and I can't, so it's not going to be a concern of theirs. They're not going to be stumbling around the ice in New York City and worrying about garbage strikes and rats and So you tell me what's going to happen to New York City. A lot depends on what the new mayor does. And like golf year round, yeah, it's just you can go fishing. It's just you got modern airports. You're not butt cheek to butt cheek with people. But that tax savings, ay caramba, the tax savings are staggering. Absolutely staggering. I mean, who wants to fork over $500,000 of their bonus? Especially when they see a city that, it's just, I'm sure, start spreading the news. I'm sure a lot of these companies have the long-term plan to get out of there. Once Goldman Sachs goes, that'll be it. I lived in Minnesota and Chicago. I had enough snow for one lifetime, yeah. So why do you need to subject yourself to that in a high-tech world? So the people that cheer on instability, the people that cheer on radical governments, have no idea that they hold the knife at their own throat. That they turn the sword on themselves when they wish ill will and they wish people to hit the streets and cause mayhem and further accelerate the demise of these cities, these once great cities. You look at the state of Broadway these days. Holy crap. So who's going to win in the end? Economics will win in the end. Yeah, I don't know enough about Pittsburgh, but I don't know what the government structure is like there. I have no idea. I know they've kind of had a renaissance. I know they don't have the crime problem. I don't know. They might have a more homogeneous population there. I don't know. I have no idea. He said with if Mondami gets elected, well, he may not be legally able to withhold funds that are already apportioned. We'll see. But I think it's in Mondami's interest to really be very careful with the way that he treats business. He came off really heavy-handed, and automatically that attracted the left that hates business and hates to hear the word profits and things like that, unless they're getting them. And yeah, he's put out a lot of promises. He's put out a lot of promises to people. What do you want to do? Just because he's a different race? No, it's because his politics are whacked. His politics are whacked. That's why I'm saying he has a good chance to move to the center now and be more realistic in his promises that we're going to have co-ops for people in the city and we're going to make housing cheaper. And how are we going to do that? We're going to raise taxes. Taxes. That's it. So I'm looking forward to the election. I really am. I think it's going to be fantastic. Yeah, city run. Can you imagine that, doctor? Can you imagine the corruption, the graft, the thievery of running city co-ops? Can you imagine that? Once they start to get their mitts on the meats coming in, and oh my Lord. So my thing is, I hope people get what they voted for in spades. That's what I hope. That people get exactly what they wanted out of there. It never works. The last one was closed down in Kansas City on Prospect Avenue. 11 years they tried to stick it out. 11 years ago, they opened a beautiful store. Yeah, the government said, we need to get rid of this food desert in the middle of Prospect Avenue. Guy steps forward with his family, builds up the store. 11 years later, the amount of theft and danger is it's untenable anymore. They got robbed blind. They got robbed blind, and they finally shut it down in August. The guy said, I can't take it anymore because you know why? Because the people are horrible. And this is something that a lot of the left can't recognize, that the criminal element has ruined America. Ruined America. And we're supposed to just stand by and allow it to continue to destroy. No ownership of our lack of ethical upbringing, no nothing. Nothing. Just a total denial. That's bad. That's bad. So I'm going to follow it closely. When they open the co-ops and the first people line up for the lottery and there's 100 housing units, the first thing that people are going to say is, I thought that these were going to be cheap. And what they did was take market and give us 10% below market, not acceptable. I thought the food co-op was going to cut the price in half because we don't have the retailer margin to it. Disappointed. I go in now. There's no selection. It's just you got to have a zillion security guards to guard it. Terrible. Terrible. What do you say about the president? I don't acknowledge people that are disparage the president. He has a name. When you call him Orange Man, I will never acknowledge your comment. There was no hard question that anybody asked here. Hey, how you doing, Dimitri? They got robbed. They're not moved out completely out of New York City. Buttercup baby, I never said they moved completely out. I said they're moving out. Moving, continuous tense. They're leaving. Do you think that the bastion of capitalism can coexist with the bastion of radicalism? There's your hard answer. I don't know how you get done with the drum consume your, yeah. I mean, some people are just so wrapped into it, it's unbelievable. They can't see anything. They will deny until the last job has left Wall Street, and then you'll just hear crickets. There won't be anything. I didn't say the jobs have left. I've said the trend is towards leaving. Leaving. I'll find the article when I'm done tonight. I'll post it on my community post so that you can read and enjoy the good news. Nobody said they're leaving. I said that they already have established operations in Florida. They already have established operations in Texas. I guarantee you, and I'll put $100 bet down that within 5 years they'll be gone from New York, if not sooner. They will be gone. Because there's no sense in paying high taxes when you get nothing out of it. You get shitty schools, you get a shitty transportation system, you have filth and dirty streets. It's just not worth it. It's just, yeah, doctor, why would you put up with it? Why would you feed the machine there? Hey, happy birthday, Catherine. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Catherine. Happy 65. Happy birthday to you. Who's coming to town? Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, some of the big bond trading houses. They've already established operations down there. The trend is irreversible. They've already said as much right now. With Madami potentially being elected, they're going to have one eye on him and one eye on the exits. It's incompatible. Economics doesn't forgive stupidity. When we're in an electronic AI age, Buttercup baby, why do we need to be in New York City? For the good climate? Yes, self-preservation will always be the driver, and maximization of profit too. Maximization of profit. Every time one of those underwriters gets a $5 million bonus and they have to think about filing their taxes, they're thinking to themselves, shit, I could buy a house in Florida for what I'm paying the state of New York here. Make that make sense to me. I will post up the article today. I'll find it from today, and you can reference the article. I think it was in the New York Times. More than 50% of finance jobs have now located to Texas and or Florida, Texas or Florida, or both of them. It just makes sense. 80, not that you can buy a mansion. Yeah, I'm just saying, for the price of renting there, I mean, what sense does it make? And now, you risk employees' lives on the streets there. I mean, they could be standing on a subway platform and some goof just pushes them in front of the oncoming train. I don't know. So again, some people will live in denial about the realities of economics. They will defy economics. They complain about unused office space in New York City. Dr. Frank, they have a mansion, Texas. Well, that's why they have insurance. Even if there's a tornado, they have the finest insurance money can buy. And if you're making $5 million a year, you're not going to care about a $10,000, $25,000 insurance bill. That's life. We've had tidal surges and hurricanes have flooded the Battery in downtown Manhattan, subways, all kinds of things. They really don't end up leaving. Where would they go to? Do you think that they would go back to New York? So you're seeing a lot more commercial property that's available for lease. My nephew was involved with, who's the big commercial broker? Yeah, he relocated. He left. He said it was so bad post-pandemic. Wyoming, yeah. Which company? They came here, they went down. Well, I don't think it would be a major company. But economics cannot be defied. You cannot defeat economics. If it's cheaper to do business somewhere else for maximization of profits, companies will do that. And it only takes one company to do the pull out, and then the others follow. Well, I enjoyed West Virginia. I liked West Virginia a lot. I like the beauty. Yeah, there's some hard scrabble areas down Hurricane and other places. It's okay. Hatfield and McCoy country. It's where some of my roots came out of. You get Jackson Hole and all that. You'll pay over $1 million for a brownstone in Brooklyn. Yeah, and what's the point? At the end of the day, what do you have? So I just encourage, I'm nobody, but I hope that Madami is really, he's got to walk a real tightrope. Hey, Kelly, he has to please the radical element that supports him. He's got to deliver on the promises that he made. And he also has to keep the money interests happy. That's a very, very, very tough road to hoe to do that. And I think Dr. Frankenstein, you would probably agree with that. You cannot serve two masters. Because if you don't deliver, the radical left will just chew you up and just spit you out. I know the area I live in is not that cheap for some people. Maybe better than Buttercup, baby, where the money people live. I enjoyed Texas when I was down there. I couldn't live in Houston, but I loved El Paso, San Antonio. But I don't know if the government of San Antonio is Democrat, the city. I'm going to look at that one too. I've heard they've had some problems there now in San Antonio. I'm going to look into that one. I'm going to look into that city too. Yeah, nice country cowgirl. Yeah. Well, it's like a marriage when you were both rowing in the eye. We'll get nowhere exactly. Yeah, it's all cheap down there. Right. And yeah, it's irresistible, especially as the younger people come up. You can't serve two masters. You can't serve capitalism and socialism. It's impossible. How do you do it? One of them is going to end up getting the short end of the stick. I'm just getting my theater popcorn and my drink, sitting back in my moldy easy chair, and just gonna see which way it breaks. It's going to be fascinating to me. None of us can serve one man anymore. It seems. Yeah, it's the people there took the bait. We're going to make it cheaper for you. And now this guy has to deliver, and it's a big problem. Nice town. I live in hill country. I have people that live in woodlands and outside of Houston. They love it. Nice community. You don't just hear the chaos that envelops other places. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing what law and order can do? I don't think it would become socialist. Why don't you think so, Buttercup baby? What do you think? What do you think would prevent it from becoming socialist? You're already on your way. You have the first socialist mayor in history that's going to be elected. There. What do you think would cause it to not be? If we believe it starts at leadership, then, right, we're going to be instituting things that the radicals love there. So why wouldn't it go socialist? What's to prevent it from going socialist? If you elected him as your mayor, you're already there. Nice Sprinter band. I mean, what is he would have to reconstruct? Yeah, that's the whole goal. Did you see his campaign platform? To bring government to the people? I mean, if he comes in with a big vote, do you think everybody else is going to resist what he wants to do? Would you put me as a nice, loving, caring person? I would. I think that you're exemplary, Naomi. I think you're exemplary. You also have very good manners. You don't call people names and things. What's up, Carrie Class? Carrie Class saw what happened to Minneapolis and St. Paul with rent control. As soon as they put rent control in, boom, the price of housing went up 10%. All the contractors left St. Paul. They have a documentary on YouTube about it. As soon as they put rent control in, it just all the building went up in Minneapolis, and the price went down. Yeah, I don't know what it is. So many people in Minneapolis hate wealth and just hate success. It's incredible. I never understood it. 18 months to get someone out if they don't pay rent. Yeah. Really a little bit in the nation. I think you're making more out of it. I'm saying please look at his campaign platform. It's available online. You can look it up. Madame for mayor. Look it up. Okay? Look it up. Let's talk about a dictatorship in the nation. I don't see a dictatorship. I see the wielding of power. And I see a court system that can rule on it and decide whether it's constitutional or not. As long as that court system is functioning, you may not agree with the decisions that they make. You may think that they're bought off, that they're all appointees or this and that. But at the end of the day, they're carrying out a constitutional duty. Right? It's the job of the judicial system. It's the job of the legislature to enact laws. Now you say, why can't they control it? Because it's controlled by the Republicans. That's why. You may not like it. A lot of people don't. But that's the realities of the politics. Will it change in the midterms? Yes, it'll change in a big way. But for the time being, this is the way it is. Ding dang daddy, a great place to live. Where I lived there 20. Clean, safe, yeah. Flush Minneapolis, St. Paul down the shitter, yeah. Because I don't have to be like other people and call names, Alan. That's why. Why do I have to stoop? Why do I have to stoop to that level? I never called Biden a name. I never called Clinton or Obama a name. I've always been respectful to anybody that holds the office of the presidency, and many of them I've never agreed with. But why should I resort to name calling just because he does or other people do? Don't forget the free buses. What could go wrong? Didn't want to be a dictator. These are the people that exist. Will be men ranges for there to be no more elections. See, you're the one that's predicting things, Lisa, that may or may not come true. He said it himself. No, when you call Orange Man and all that, I've never called any president, past or present, a derogatory name. I've given them the respect of their office. True or false? True. Because once you're the president, you're my president. That's it. Whoever wins the next time will be my president. I won't be out there disparaging and calling names. What was the question you asked? You asked me a hypothetical, and I say to this, Lisa, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's just see if what you expect happens. Let's see. Well, it doesn't matter, Lurker. It is derogatory. It is derogatory. You can put lipstick on it or whatever. It's derogatory. It does not mean that I have to engage in the same... I always respect the office. I never liked anything that President Lyndon Johnson did, but I never called him a fathead. Let's see, that's one reason they killed you. Wouldn't engage in name calling with him, yes. Because when Charlie Kirk was out there, who always blew their top? Who always blew their top? It was people on the left that blew their top. They couldn't stand to hear an alternative opinion. It hurt their ears. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. That's what I find. That's what I find most disturbing. The inability to just listen with an open mind and to hear. So I can't, it's 3 years until the next presidential election. I don't even know if we'll make it to election time anyways, to be honest with you. The way shit's going right now financially, looking at the price of gold almost hitting $4,000 an ounce, I have serious reservations about this nation as a going enterprise anyway. Serious reservations about that. Yeah, thank you, Ma Rich. I always have. No, they can't tone down the rhetoric. They cannot have, you can't tone down the rhetoric because people are too steeped in hatred now. The betterment of the country in the long run is no longer a concern of theirs. It's having their own agendas filled now. Which is okay, that's their rights. I mean, you can wish for whatever you want. So, I think it's going to be moot by the time it gets around. Like if he resigned today, would get Kamala Harris in the way. Kamala Harris couldn't wait to put the knife in people's back. That's what she's made out of. There's people that are absolutely appalled by the book that she wrote. And the damage just keeps coming, and you think to yourself, somebody of this low character, you might talk about the president, yeah, but two wrongs don't make a right. As I've said, there's a lot of shit that the president does that I disagree with, and I've been very forthcoming about it. But I'm really glad that she is not the president, because she just was a mind flip to me. It's just like, I don't know. Right now we're all crabs in a bucket, yeah. Eggplant parmesan. I don't even try to order it anymore. Eggplant parmesan. Anyway, what you talk about the Democrats being crabs in a bucket that are just tearing each other's claws off? Because what's the message that you can bring forth except a unified dislike for the President of the United States? What positive thing can you offer the nation? Less law and order? Less ethics in the world and in society? I mean, what can you offer? And they're really at a loss to figure out what they can bring that's positive to the equation. They're struggling. Now, when they get the economic thing, that'll be a different story. No, I mean, I kind of liked her before when she was vice president. I thought she was elegant and did a pretty good job. But then 180 days or 90th, whatever her book is, was just, it's, you know, it's, you blame everybody except yourself. So, you know, now the Democrats are faced with the idea of what do we have to offer? What is our message? I think the country moves forward, but what is our counter message? You didn't like the people being fired in government? I haven't seen any difference in the operations of anything, to be honest. You have, Rosie, everything you say sounds matter like you like. No, I didn't leave middle of the road behind, Lisa. I'm a little more independent thinking than you are. You saw I did the whole Tylenol. You're one that just can't stand your ears to hear what people think. Unless it conforms with what you believe, the other person is in error. I've talked about tariffs. I've talked about economic policies that I don't agree with. You choose to write that out and pretend I haven't had any criticisms of the President of the United States. I don't like the way that the President conducts social media. I think in a lot of ways it's unbecoming a President of the United States to be a social media person. But then again, I have to understand that the times we live in are dominated by social media. It's the way you get your message out there. I just have to accept the realities of what it is. Connect Modesto and Oakdale, New Jersey. Yeah, think for yourself. It's not protected. Violence or cause harm. Yeah, but it's, you know, St. Paul said such times would come where people couldn't stand to hear truth and differences of opinion. They would cover their ears because they were so steeped in their beliefs that it actually became painful to hear it. At least we have a place here that we can still have open dialogue and communication. Yeah, that's right. These are only opinions. It baffles me how many Americans hate their own country. Never in my life growing up did I ever experience in my 67 years a time where so many people hated the United States of America. They live in the United States of America. And I think to myself, if you could only go live somewhere else in the world, you would come back with a terrific appreciation of this nation. You really would. turn on the tap in your house, have clean water, have a toilet that flushes instead of carrying your own waste outside, have clean food that doesn't give people typhus and cholera, have a police departments that function on the whole pretty doggone good. Right? A good food supply system in this nation. And yet people can hate this country. This is something that's new to me that I've never ever seen before. I look at the stuff from Indivisible. I listen in on the webinars, and just the amount of hatred for the United States is almost unprecedented. Almost unprecedented. My toilet didn't like after I eat. I don't need Americans have this wrong dislike for some of the people. Well, I would encourage you to go to the Indivisible YouTube channel and start teeing up some of their recorded discussions. It sounds like I'm back in the 1920s with Emma Goldman and the anarchists. These people have no appreciation for anything except their own drive towards socialism in this nation. And it's sad. Communism under cover of socialism. But if we don't have an election, then, because we're incapable of holding an election anymore. Because we will have destroyed the final foundation of the nation, and we're just a bunch of barbarians now, and that's it. And the only answer is totalitarianism at that point. I think in a lot of ways the government knows the people well now, and the way that the people have degraded in this nation. Ethically and in so many ways now, it's spun so far out of control that it just became a very debased society. It saddens me that the ones had deep love for another become mortal over this topic. Exactly. But our government was duly elected there. And to be vociferous in criticism and never being able to find anything good on the other side, it's disturbing. It's very disturbing. Now, we lack balance in this nation. Balance. We gotta live in control now. Hey, butterfly rainbows, how are you? I neither love nor hate the government. It's in place now. I think they have to do the work that has to be done to try, with one last desperate attempt, to bring our budget, our imbalanced budget deficit under control. It's a thankless task. It's going to really piss off people. Really piss people off. The things that have to be done, and I recognize that. Yeah, I think hey D, I think people were shocked and dismayed that Trump won. They didn't see a president, they just saw somebody that they hated. That was it. So no matter what he did, I said he could walk on water and people would hate it. So he can't do anything right. So knowing that, why would I put any credence to that point of view? Being angry, that shows a lot of immaturity. He's the first person that's ever actively tried to conquer the budget deficit. I give big kudos for that. People talked a good game when they ran for office, and then they went in there and just spent like drunken sailors. They didn't give a shit. Yeah, root for your team, even though they're both losers. Oh, shit. That's a crack up. That's funny. So I have a lot of disappointment, both sides. Right? But I know more radicalism, like in New York City, is not the answer. It's just gonna further accelerate the demise. Joy Reid hates Trump, so should you. Well, I don't really know them. I don't have TV to watch The View. I've never really made a negative comment about The View or anything because I'm very considered in my very considered. He hasn't made the budget deficit worse, Buttercup baby. You're going to see the deficit has shrunk the next time it's reported because there is tariff revenue coming in. Now, do I think tariffs are a good thing? No, I don't. I don't think that there's a good thing at all, but I'm not the president, right? Joy Reid does what her taskmasters tell her to do. Plus, we have too much debt. I mean, it's everybody's problem. You can thank the original sin, Lyndon Baines Johnson, from the great state of Texas for his great society. That really fucked this country. That really screwed. Yeah, I got your message. Sadly, I'm not going to be around now. River gets Quitard, they gave his personal 800 line, and chase privilege against people who disagree with him, on and on. So I suspect a lot of I think a lot of the hatred may be related to people that have been caught up economically or whatever, or somebody's been disenfranchised, or somebody wrong song in the family or something that builds that kind of not dislike but just pure hatred. Let's see, what does this say? I never had a slave. And yeah, they talk about reparations. I mean, what's I mean, it's like, it's incomprehensible to me that that would even be a consideration in the country. That we just do tit for tat. We did wrong, so now 200 years later, we're going to dish it out to we're going to do wrong to you now. Yeah, LBJ's Great Society, exactly. So much for then reducing the deficits is laughable. Oh, they'll get it down, Lisa. It'll be your Social Security check. That'll be the first stop. And when they're balancing budgets, the budget will be balanced, but there's people that don't want it to be balanced. There's people that want the budget deficit to spin out of control, and then when their person gets in, then you'll hear crickets. You won't hear another thing about it. Yeah, I'm okay, Lisa. I provisioned myself, right? I made damn sure that wasn't the only thing I could rely on. I wasn't one of the saps that lives paycheck to paycheck, depending on the largesse of government benefits. I understood that Social Security was a supplement. It wasn't meant to be the sole means of support. So I'll be just fine. Because I understood personal responsibility. Yeah, I don't even think I'm on live. I think, yeah, I've got to be on all messages here. So something's got to give, Lisa. You want to go out and tax the rich more? Shake them upside down? Watch them get on the plane and leave the nation? Then who are you going to turn to? Please, it's supposed to make me like him. It's not a question of liking him. It's a question of facing the reality of the situation. And the sooner we face the fact that Social Security is an untenable system, the better off we'll be. All right. Why should future generations have to bear the burden of our folly since the 1960s? But that's exactly what we've done the last 70 years, is push it all on future generations as if to give them the big finger, like, screw you. This is coming down the pike for you. I got yours. I got mine. Now you're going to have to get yours. And there ain't going to be a social security system there. Yeah, eventually a president has to say the gravy train is over. Over. Exactly. And there'll be people in denial. It can't be. It can't be. Tariff revenue. There are many webs. Yeah, the tariffs are reported on a monthly basis. I'm saying, but the money needs are so great now that it's impossible to get interest rates to go lower now. It's just too much there's too much need for money every week. The gravy train is over. That's the reality of it. Yeah. People just think it's directed at them if they have to have cuts. It's like a personal conspiracy against them. It's an inability to face reality. Yeah, a lot of people will never be, they'll never have the chance at the gravy train. That's correct. They'll get just platitudes and empty promises that we're going to try to restore it. But so many people take it as a personal attack on them because we don't have the money to fund it up. You never rely on government. That's correct. You never rely on government. Exactly. You sit there and build that into your existence and your survival. Shame on you. That's not what it was designed for. The fact that people turned it into that is on them, not the U.S. government. Well, Pfizer just came out today and said that they're going to give the Medicaid system the most favored nation status in terms of drug pricing. I think that's pretty important, Cal Lisa. So another thing we'll give credit on there. Customer service for FSA. That's it. It's not money they owe you, a buttercup baby. The average person by age 74 has already plowed through the money that they put into the system. They become a liability on the system. You live to 90 or something, you've sucked so much more money out of Social Security than you ever paid in. Ever. A big pharma contribution, yeah. I'm worried about it. My passport application plus 40 years of interest. Well, the money you paid in 40 years ago was insignificant. Compared to the cost of living today, yeah, I'd say you're making that pretty good with the dollars that you put in then. GM pension for 44 years. That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right, John. And the sooner the people realize that reality, that there's no politics involved in it at all, it's just raw, stark reality that on an actuarial basis, that it's unsustainable, the system as it is. Plain and simple. By 2032, 2035, it'll be there'll have to be money put in by Congress and by more taxes to sustain it. Live to 94, the retail. Yeah, but would you say, yeah. Yeah, you can't demand others pay, but they will. They will demand it. And that's when Gen Z just goes into revolt and says no. they've sucked it, the juice has been sucked out of the lemon, and now you gave us the rind. No, we're not going to pay for it. We're going to cut back your medical care drastically, and how much we're willing to pay for your survival, because there's nothing left for us. What do? Privatize pensions. I haven't started collecting. That's good, Parker. I don't have a lot, but I got money put aside to just sustain me, and I got a beautiful family that will sustain me too. Your math is wrong. I'll put it in the S&P 500. Or cut me a check for what I put in exactly. Better not take my taxes out of my. It's inevitable. I mean, tell me a way out of it that makes sense. It is not politically disruptive to people. All you hear is crickets in reply. At least I'm a person that's willing to face the reality of the situation. How you doing, Fizo? I'm willing to look at it and say, yeah, the independent Congressional Budget Office has looked at Social Security and determined this is what's going to happen. In reality, it's going to be worse than they projected, because interest rates are going to continue to climb. And rolling over that debt is going to be really, really costly. Really costly. So something's got to be done. Will people complain? Oh yeah, they'll complain. They'll hate it. But when you ask them what's the alternative, the only answer is tax the rich. In other words, continue to further tax and punish people that actually create wealth and create jobs. Yeah, nice, Parker. That's always the answer. Tax the rich. Eat the rich. I want to better than my generation is. You're not that much younger than I am. Yeah, I mean, the healthcare. Can you imagine every time a personal Medicare gets a MRI or an ambulance ride, spends a day in the hospital, gets a hip replacement? I mean, it's a good thing for them. But look at the number of people that are on the system now. You think the cost is going to be less in the next 10 years? The rich want to pay that. Yeah, they just leave. The rich just leave. Why would they want to stick around in a system that just wants to hold them responsible for being successful? They're like, we don't write the tax laws. Yeah, we do take advantage of benefits that are there legally by law. But like I said, Elon Musk cuts the biggest check to the government every year, and I'm supposed to hate him? I think to myself, thank goodness we have an Elon Musk that can generate that kind of massive income to support this country. Oh, you were kicked out? Yeah, absorbing millions of refugees. Yeah, our nurses screwing over because nurses make more money. Yeah, I didn't hear a peep about running up the tab because of illegal immigrants. I didn't hear a peep about it. I mean, you have to have compassion, but you don't have to be stupid. Once you hang out the open for business, oh boy, they will come streaming in. Now that both Obama and Biden lie through, it's just part of being a dirtbag politician. Yeah, it is. It is. They'll give all our personal data to Russia. And what are they doing with it? The illegals are here because businesses want cheap labor. No, illegals are here because it was to bolster the Democrat Party. Because as people leave big cities and migrate out because of taxes, because of crime, because of the education systems, the corruption of government, it leaves a net loss of people, and you start to lose congressional seats because of it. And if you could get people across the border, get them into these cities and get them on support systems, they would automatically vote to continue those support systems. Food benefits, medical benefits, free education, housing, the whole 9 yards. It was a built-in system that was designed to just get people caught up in the system. I mean, that's it, Ma Rich. That was the whole thing. It was a political strategy to infill cities that are losing, like California, losing people from the state, and going to places like Texas or Nevada, Arizona, other places to escape the tax burden, the high cost of living, the cost of fuel, the shitty power bills, the expensive water bills, the mismanagement of our resources. People can vote with their feet. They can just decide to leave. And what that does is effectively reduce the number of people in the cities and cause an imbalance in congressional seats. That's it. There's nothing. I'm not saying anything nefarious. I'm just saying it's real politic. It's what you've got to do. It's what's demanded. Otherwise, how do you fill up those congressional districts? You turn people into U.S. citizens, and they're going to keep voting that way to keep the benefits coming. I mean, that I believe was the whole heart of the plan that led to open borders. Now, can I be wrong? Of course I can be wrong. But I was asked before to provide a theory on what I thought was going on, and that was my theory. The towns were run over much like in England overnight. They're multi-generated, and now short dresses or else. You know, I'm not qualified to speak on that part of it because I live in a very, pretty well integrated city that people get along, thank goodness. And there's a lot of generosity here that was taken advantage of. But students began to be used as pawns in the education system. In other words, nobody really cared about how well they were being educated. As long as the district was getting their $75 per student per day of money, and then once they're in the seat, you just take the ride, and whatever happens. You don't see any apologies. And just yesterday, our city manager, who's only been here less than 4 years, ups and goes for the job in Sacramento now. There's no sense of there's just no sense of responsibility anymore. There's no sense to just see the job through. I wouldn't be in a hurry to leave West Virginia. I wouldn't be in a hurry. So that's a big reason why the president wants to remove these illegals from the nation. Now, here's another thing, Lisa. I don't agree with the removal. As I said before, secure the borders and then establish a pathway for people to become citizens of this nation. But I'm not the president. I don't make the laws of citizenship and what gets done here. To me, if you come in and break the law, you've automatically established yourself as a person that doesn't care about laws. Since the Cultural Revolution, yeah. Should is West Virginia. Yeah, West Virginia. They make a heck of a lot more than I do. Not do their job optimally. How you doing, Outer 86? So I think it would have been probably a better way to do things, but at the end of the day, if you don't respect the law that brought you here, then what other laws are you going to not give a shit about? All of a sudden I'm going to be law-abiding? I don't know how that works. I don't know. I just have questions about it. But again, it's another example how I'm very even-handed in my criticisms of what I see going on. But I have to be fair and honest about it too. Got Elon Musk started his car company. Well, his car company has certainly thrown off benefits to people. Made many people millionaires, gave many people affordable and dependable electric cars. Is the only person that can arguably dependably put a rocket into space. I mean, there's a lot of benefits that come with Elon Musk. A lot of benefits with that. Hey, Adam. The taxpayer is not the one. The people that bought the cars, the people, the funding for rockets and things. If not him, Alan Gentry, who's going to build the rockets? Boeing can't even make a plane that flies. Hey, Nippy, how you doing? Boeing dropped out of their Starliner, got snagged in space. What do we do about that? We reward it? How much money did Boeing suck down for that? And that goofy thing is still up there in space. Yeah, you can't help people, hate people for having a good idea that creates tremendous wealth. Never been able to build that high-speed rail. It's don't even get me started on the $100 billion, now $200 billion high-speed rail deal. What's going on, Nippy? It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm fighting a fight. Fighting a fight. How much does one need to be rich? You know, the reality is that's not our call to make. If we start engaging in those thoughts, then we're just full-blown socialists. Right? You'll have a committee to decide what somebody should make. I'm not sure what's for dinner tonight. Oh, I got some steaks that I thawed out that I have to use. 20 down simply because I believed in his open idea. And who does that? Open it to every... I bought Elon and Guy simply because I believed in his open ideas, yeah. Stealing orphan checks. I love you, Adam. You crack me up. Whatever makes you feel fulfilled more is greed, commented. Yeah, I'm just saying, but we have to be careful of government committees that start to decide who should be capped and what this person should make and what this unproductive person should get. The free market is a much better way of doing things than that. You will eat Soylent Green and you will like it. Exactly. Exactly. That's what socialists begin to do, to start to infect markets with their ideas of the way that things should be. And all of a sudden you have a board that decides, pretty soon you're in communism, you have a board that decides what's going to be produced, how much it's going to cost. How much people are going to earn, what they're going to do to make a living. It's like, whoa, shit, welcome to North Korea. You'll have nothing and you'll like it. But in the past, our government, but did they become big by duplicitous means, or did they become big because they had good ideas? Like Amazon. How many people shop on Amazon every day? They will no longer get in their cars to shop in this to shop in a store anymore. How many people use Google and social media and YouTube and AI now and big things like that? Should they be punished because they had a good idea? Or should they enjoy the full fruits of what they mentally conceived and brought forth? For YouTube in 1995, Soylent Brown is made of. But did Amazon set it out to be that way, or did it develop that way? The answer is that Amazon itself is going to be hard pressed to make money soon because of the inability to properly maintain a wide network of distribution, trucks to keep truckers happy, delivery people happy, drones in the sky. It just becomes a mess. And you know what? Here comes Temu and Shein into the marketplace, and all of a sudden, yeah, now Amazon has an Amazon cheap marketplace that competes with them. Hence, once again, giving the people exactly what they demand, exactly what they command. Let's find out. Are they good ideas? Well, we'd have to say that the market has certainly rewarded the idea. And the market is dispassionate. It has no, it doesn't judge on things like we do. If an idea is good, it's rewarded with money. That's the imprimatur of success. Is if the market declares it to be a success by people investing in it. Yeah, Walmart is a brutal competitor to Amazon. Brutal. Walmart's is right behind Amazon. Is a huge marketplace. I buy a lot of shit online. Yeah, the breakup of the Bell system. Are you really, though, when you can't afford to pay your workers a livable wage? It depends who defines what's a livable age. Again, Mr. Good Citizen, do we have a committee of self-appointed people that decide what's livable and what's not? Or do we let the marketplace decide that you need not work at this job? If you can find something better, then by all means, you're allowed to leave the company and pursue that better job. But if this is what the market bears, and this is the best that you can hope to achieve with your educational status and your lack of skills, then in my opinion, you've positioned yourself correctly in the marketplace. At any time, you can walk up to the boss at Amazon and say, I'm putting in my 2 weeks notice and I'm going to go pursue a higher paying job. Just exploiting the fact that people are, yeah, that's it, to buy their junk. Yeah, they exploit, it's a luxury world, Parker, exactly. Humans are lazy by nature, and if you can bring the products to them, yeah, they're going to flock to that in droves. That's all Amazon did, was take advantage of a lazy human nature. That's it. And people will cry about, oh, I miss the street level stores. I look at the stores and they're empty. I look at the stores that have closed down and lost their leases, and I think to myself, how did you ever think this was a good idea in retailing? Selling Temu, yeah, price for years, exactly. We're not a free market because the government's involved in it. Yes, that's what I've said, Mr. Good Citizen. We live in the most Marxist, powerful Marxist nation in the history of the world. Government has its finger in everything. Anybody that thinks this is a free market is out of their mind. Rip off Jeff Bezos, filthy rich. cheating on prices. There you go. Take away everything they've done. Watch people crying. Same goes for jobs in case. Exactly. Where would people be? They would find something else to complain about. Livable wage. How you doing, Joni? Walmart will go. Yeah, Walmart might go the way of Kmart, and Amazon might go the way of Kmart because their cost structure becomes untenable. Their costs are so fixed and so high that if they have any kind of downturn in revenue, that it has a tremendous multiplier effect on reducing their earnings. They have to be damn careful. Damn careful. You can only know it's Chinese plastic crap. And one day I thought building houses with lead was a good idea. Here's how you start now, start building bass it on later. Well, I don't know what building houses with lead has to do with economics. Yeah, but he's the only one, Alan Gentry, that can successfully launch a rocket into space. Did you see what Boeing Corporation launched into the sky? The Starliner that's still somewhere up there in the heavens, or else they returned it to Earth unmanned. It's like, oh shit, we can't put people into that thing. Are you kidding me? We ought to be cheering that there's somebody competent enough to put a rocket into space. Zodies, right, Nippy? I mean, remember Boeing finally said, well, Boeing finally threw up their hands and said, we can't even build planes that the windows stay in, and shit. Damn. You know, and it's like we're going to drop out of our Starliners the first and the last. I mean, wow, So, for me, there's a lot of things I don't like about Elon Musk, but they don't fall on the business side of things. They fall on the personal lifestyle things. You know what I mean, Nippy? I mean, what are we going to do? We need to be able to take people up to space dependably. Yeah, well, I put it this way, Ma Rich. The Bible said it best. Jesus said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And it's as true now as it's ever been. So I'm glad that we have a Dragon X rocket that can get people into space. I fear every time somebody goes on any rocket, what happened before it. Grissom, Chaffee, and White burn up on the ground in the Apollo program and get fried right in their capsule. I fear death from incompetence, and I go back and I looked at the 1969 guidance computers that were built that were like on 8K of memory, and I'm absolutely astounded that we were able to put a man on the moon with primitive computers. And I look at this shit today and I'm thinking, wow. Well, they're correct. It's a matter of people that think that they have a better idea of how to run things. And the better idea almost always comes down from taking from the wealthy and not being appreciative enough of the generation of wealth. The generation of wealth is the problem that the UK has now. There's no effective way to generate money anymore. There's no industries over there. There's no, there's no computing industry per se that's on a par of what's going on with China and the US right now. It's just, what do you do now to make money? And it demands to spend more money on people. this. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. But Abron, your phone has more ability. Yes, what I'm saying. Yeah, it's exactly. I have such tremendous respect for the NASA program at that time. Amazing the things they did. To be able to make and hardwire all of those computers. It's astounding to me what they did. Abandoning intrinsics they no longer want. I'm not sure what that, they abandon intrinsics, I'm not sure what that means. If anything, the filthy rich create a really lousy optic. That's what I find most disturbing. Is, the wedding in Venice and all the hoopla about that, the $250 million yachts. There's people that do philanthropy. I understand that. But the optics are so shitty. It's like an inability to control oneself and just be restrained. How many estates do you need? When I heard that Jeff Bezos, one of his homes has 22 bathrooms. No, there isn't a NASA now. It's in the building. We've turned that over to the private sector. And shut down, let it stay. Yeah, because we would never have been able to have the funding for NASA. Given our budget constraints now, hell no. Put the incentives out there for the private sector, and now we have a company, SpaceX, that can actually get people into space. May Company, rich, they don't, out the door. Do you mean buffoons? I don't know. Intrinsics or tangible? I'm not sure. There you have it. Let's go live with Jeff Bezos. Well, everybody's thing-oriented. It's human nature to be thing-oriented, right, God? I mean, we all admire the nice cars, the nice clothes, the nice lifestyles, the vacations, the cruises, the fancy restaurants, of course. But in reality, we can't all live that lifestyle. Doesn't mean I hate anybody that lives that lifestyle. I'm a person that believes in rewarding success. Yeah, you had a good idea. You should harvest the full fruits of that. You won't remember any of that once you're dead. Exactly, Mr. Good Citizen. But try telling that to people today. The amount of concern with the next life is just about scraped out at zero. Everybody considers themselves saved. They're good to go, despite how we live and things. You consider hundreds of years ago, nobody considered themselves worthy, and society was so much better ordered. Now everybody considers themselves good to go, and look at how chaotic society is today. That's it in a nutshell. That's it. It's presumption. What's going on, Shimei? Who cares if somebody can launch a rocket when we're living on the moon? I don't know, but we need to have rocketry for defense. My daughter's very deep in that program with satellites for the protection of our nation. It's critical stuff that we have rockets that put things up in space. We need it. Are we going to be on a war footing with China and then ask them to launch our rockets? Or Russia? What other nation? You think South Africa is developing a rocket program, or Saudi Arabia and Turkey? Hell no. You have a few countries that are so far ahead of the rest of the world, it's beyond belief. It's almost impossible for the rest of the world to catch up. Not to live a quiet, peaceful life. You get up to space and spend money. Yeah, but what do we do about defense, Alan, and satellites? Because, as we speak, China's putting up satellites that have offensive weapons capability on it. Do we just allow them to decimate our space intelligence program? I just told you, why do we need to be in space? That's exactly why we need to be in space. Because a lot of good things spin out of the space program. Look at computers in NASA. Look at all the benefits that spun out of the NASA program. Treat yourself, try to help you. That's it, best I got. Nippy, I'm giving you the gold medal. I'm giving you the gold medal. It's not by choice that we want to be in space. It's by realities of the way of the world. It is definitely needed. You need people that are brilliant at mathematics and geopositioning and, no rockets, no satellites, no communications. You need to have it. What's it doing for us right now? We need to be taking care of our earth that we live on. Well, then, Alan, we have to ask China to stand still and don't do anything while we take care of our planet. We need to ask Russia and China, please don't move forward with your space programs. Now, if you can assure me that they will buy into that and they will immediately ground all their space programs and all their research into weaponry in space and satellites, I will be in your corner 100%. But as you know, as somebody yourself that dislikes Russia intensely, they're not standing still when it comes to space, nor is China. But I tell you, if you can arrive at a time where they agree to put down their swords in space, then I will be all for it. I will be all for it. Martin Marietta. Yeah, my grandmother worked for Martin Marietta, and it was Glenn L. Martin in the 30s in Baltimore where it all began. I think SpaceX, the practical, are huge, exactly. So when we start second guessing our Defense Department and what we do, we're in a really bad way. But like I told Alan Gentry, if you can assure me that China will come to a stop and Russia will come to a stop, I will be all for it. When they stop putting people into space, then we'll stop putting people into space. I will be 100% in your corner. 100%. But life doesn't work that way. The race goes on for mastery of the skies. And also monitoring. Cubans to fight for them. I wonder how the North Koreans are doing up there. Those poor zombies out there fighting. How will ground base will take care of any rockets in the sky? The biggest threat to my own government is. I don't believe that, Mr. Good Citizen. And you don't appreciate China. I spent 5 years there, married to a Chinese woman, speak Chinese, read People's Daily every day. I see which way the wind is blowing. When you have my level of cultural knowledge, having lived there for 5 years, speaking a language, then I will believe your opinions about China. The Ukraine is raising them as Russians. There's something we all agree on. There's something we all agree on. He did the first Black Hawk design on optics. You listen to my son-in-law and my daughter talk about the state of things in the world. you'll understand why we need to have a robust space program. Mandarin. Money on there, and we're no longer living with her, destroying our planet. Applause is part of the other exploration. Hope is, yeah. They wouldn't fall as well, we're already falling within. Look at our country. Look at the state of our finances. Look at our politics. There's so many people that just foam at the mouth, that can't even carry on a conversation without covering their ears. Stop. I don't like what you're telling me. Stop. I don't want you to have an opinion. There's where free speech is really under attack. Right. I want to shut you down. It's my own. Hey, Chef, how you doing? I don't know how that is, Mr. Good Citizen, unless you're a government employee. We need eyes in the sky. It's a sign to be able to enter. Yeah, it's a sign of intelligence to be not cover your. It's also a sign of intelligence not to name call. Right? It means that you understand logic and argument, and every time you resort to an ad hom attack, you just violate the rules of logic. You just lose the high ground. That's it. If it's one thing philosophy taught me, it was how to properly be logical and argue. Chef, I'm sorry about what happened to your vehicle, dude. Well, again, Alan, if the Earth is going to crap, we've done a good part to bring it back with the creation of the EPA in 1966. But how do you get China and Russia to buy into it? And India? There's your real homework assignment. Because you talk about mega polluters, China's building like opening 2 coal-fired plants every week. Now, when you come up with a solution to how to address that, then, we'll be all on board. Every holiday we chat, and I was pretty an engineer. I do work for the government. Well, I hope you don't lose your job, Mr. Good Citizen. You seem like a very nice person. I don't wish job loss on anybody. So especially people in my chat. And there's been a lot of people written me that have lost their jobs, but they have more to do with middle management and actuarial things, insurance, call center management, and things like that. I get it. I'm not insensitive to that. Rosie, you can't comment and put Trump or... well, why would you comment in other chats if it's bothering you? I don't understand. I've always explored, don't buy any Chinese products. I don't. I work for the Fed. My daughter went off on me wanting to send her 10th day move. I was like, I don't have... Oh, man, Chef. Are you shitting me? Man, when it rains, it pours, right? Jeez. Don't ever talk to me again. I hope it's just hyperbole, Chef. People come around. People say some crazy stuff. My daughters years ago said they would never talk to me again, and we're better than we've ever been. I work in a trade within a state entity. That's good. Your trade should be portable. Thank you, Nippy. I try to be very fair and balanced. It's not always what people want to hear. I get it. But I do try to keep it balanced with things. Why do I need to pay for that? I don't know, Chef. I just hope this too will pass. Sometimes people just look at things and they just make snap judgments about stuff. I mean, you're a decent person for sure, so I wouldn't get too rattled about it. I mean, I'm more concerned what happened to your car. I would definitely be filing a claim with the transportation department for the repair bill for your vehicle. have a picture of the pothole and everything. Here's what ruined my whole king ball joints, all that shit. Terrible, terrible. Ways am I going? It's too far, too bad. It's not that big threat to human kind. Couldn't bother. Then I still don't have my grandfather. Oh man. I've done that putting a comment and they delete the comments that are why do we that you are a rare channel allows use. Yeah, I just don't like to disparage presidents with Orange Man and he just has a name. I just was raised to be very respectful of the office and the person that holds it. I might not agree. I've told you multiple things that I don't like that the president engages in on a personal level. A lot that means the office of the presidency of the United States. I'm very uncomfortable. I never grew up hearing a president cuss on public press conferences and things, but then again, I applaud the president for being out there every day and facing the press. When I think about Biden, never had a press conference. And then later I find out why he didn't have a press conference, and it just kind of makes me sad. Yeah, look at all the development of plastics and thermal technologies and solar shields that came out of solar panels that came out of the space program. The new metals, metallurgy, titanium metals, and it's just amazing. Communications, radars, and advanced telemetry systems. It's amazing. I'm at Baby Stick's house getting my ball jointed. I mean, it is pouring. Wow. This is real bad. There's way more satellites that we're never going to get out of our solar system. I don't know. That's way above my pay grade. I won't be around if and when that happens. But I can say, compared to the money of the deficit that's being spent on other things, it's a drop in the bucket. Compared to other spending, and it might actually have a benefit to it. It actually creates jobs as opposed to just spending money on food and housing and all that stuff. Many will take a low road. That's the way he is, though. Yeah, we're raised very similar. So I never. Yeah, I'm back from Vegas. Yeah, I'm gonna be back there in a couple weeks. Yeah, always have respect. I told people years ago, no matter what happens, I've never degraded Hillary Clinton. I did not like her politics or her. Nancy Pelosi, I dislike a lot of her positions and the kind of person that she is. I never disparaged. President Biden, never disrespected. President Carter, President Obama. It's just we were just raised different. We just moved on with our lives. We weren't so deep wrapped into things. Now social media just has everybody at everybody's throat. The criminal Hillary Clinton. Even now I might go to 30. Oh shit! I'm not charging. Shit. Here we go again, Ronnie. Man, I was down to 15% power. All right, we got to bring this baby back. No, it won't be in my lifetime. Oh shit, how long have I been live? Ooh, almost 3 hours. Ooh. Yeah, Chef, you've had a tough go. Me too. I hated them. Always respect. I have many pics with them at political fundraisers. Not quite yet. But I'm not used to the social media world of today where people are so hateful. I don't know. You know, I've always been kind to Rosie O'Donnell, and I'm not I don't subscribe to her politics, but then again, she doesn't care if I do or I don't. I gave her credit for being a person that actually put her money where her mouth was. So I always give credit where credit is due. Yeah, we were. Now I got a problem with the phone. Oh man, because I can't ever depend on this charger. We better get this charge up here. Oh man. Yeah, well, this shutdown, as I opened up at the beginning of the live stream, this shutdown has the potential to be the mother of all shutdowns here, because we have very strong personalities at work, and the middle ground that used to be there is no longer there. Everything is always my way or the highway. Yeah, I've got to do something. This is just bullshit. It's like, I speak the same way on social media as I do in person. No difference whatsoever. What did Shimei not want to hear? I don't know. Shimei, what impact will the shutdown have on you in New Jersey? Funding migrants. By migrant, do you mean people that don't have legal status here, or do you mean people that are legally here? I mean, there's kind of a difference between the two. Yeah, just in general. I have a nice 2,000 watt generator. Power Mate 2000. I got to go ahead and fix it. It's got a leaky fuel line. I might blow myself up on it, thus making Amanda Hug and Kiss happy. I got to process. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that. Shimei is always in the thick of the action, man. She's always in the thick of the action. It's like, Roosevelt, you finally understand what I'm saying. Without me, there is no state of New Jersey. Don't you get it, you dumbbell? Sorry, Shimei. I'm a little thick-headed. Please hit the thumbs up button. It is appreciated. Yeah, China is a gigantic polluter. Stand by, Yilva. Oh. Why don't you act your age? You're such a baby. You're like, hey, old man out there doing the twinkle toes routine. I hate you. You make me sick. I hear you, hug and kiss. I hear you. I need some Fireball. Boy, Shimei, you missed a deal last night. Well, your ship has come in now. While you were dancing, just tell him you were in a safe space. Right. Oh, wow. Well, there you go, Shimei. Just when you thought your Halloween would be beautiful. Reality bites, baby! Reality bites. Look at Hug and Kiss. She's like Mikey of Life cereal. She hates everything. All right. All right, here we go. Be like Hug and Kiss. She's like, oh, she always reminds me, oh, we were going to go over to McDonald Road today. Oh. Here we go. Even though I'm freezing. Just for you, Toots. Just for you. Just because of how much I like you. I know you want to smash my face into a wall. I understand that. You could probably beat me in person. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I got the good days. Oh, man. Yeah, the problem is, yeah, thank you. The problem is, this damn charger, man, I got down to 15%, if you can believe it. If that warning hadn't have flashed on the screen, it just would have been over. I'm worried about this shutdown situation because we have very strong personalities at play here. Very strong. Okay, she's got short shorts on. Okay, that's just weird. I think this baby's gonna have some legs to it, this one. Yeah, it's crazy how early the sun sets, Ronnie. Hugging Kiss just wears me down to a frazzle, man. Wears me down to a frazzle. Maybe Shimei will run for president. Vote for Shimei for president. Oh, it's so cold. Man, anything below like 66 degrees is a disaster. I can't run. I wasn't always saying. Don't weird out on me now, Shimei. That's it. Oh, don't go weird on me now. Don't go weird on me now. This hairdresser really wanted to drop the bomb on me, you know? Really wanted to drop the bomb on me. Do do do. Da dee ba da ba da ba da ba doo. And so say I. And so say I. Do 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 do. Ba 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 boo. Do 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 do. Uh-oh. Where's that coming from? I can't see it. Bell's ambulance, Healdsburg and Windsor. So glad they got rid of that AMR ambulance service here. Oh man, they were trying to go out there $5,000 a ride, picking up people that were just sleeping on the street. Oh man, this is a long lights. I think a lot of people will, Lurker. They'll be very surprised when they meet Goliath. They will tremble in their boots. What is going on here? Finally. I thought Hug and Kiss cursed the light or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. I really thought that she cursed the light. I don't know what the hell was happening. I don't even know what road I'm on. Where the hell am I? Where in the hell are we going here? We're sliding into here. Bite me. Somewhere over here is where we're... Oh, my back! This is really a creepy end of town over here with the moving company. Beacon's Moving. Go figure. These freaks. King's Nursery, there we go. All right, let's see. All right, are we here? This is Monroe. Okay. I think it's the next block. These people will probably call the police on me when I park outside of their place. I think they've done that before. So perhaps, I don't know if I better be over here or not. I don't know. I'm not well liked in this neighborhood. I'm not well liked. Let's walk over. We want to see the Pollyanna house first. We're gonna have to take our stick with us. All right, here we go. What is their charge level up to? 18%. Yeah, we'll see the Pollyanna house. Most expensive house in the city. I like this. Is almost like an Episcopal church, this home over here. This is the fancy pants street in the neighborhood. Now, about 10 years ago, they lifted this house up on blocks. They raised the whole house and replaced the foundation. What a beautiful home, huh? You know, somebody might call the cops because I'm got a camera in the area. I don't know what that says over there. In remembrance of Spike the cat or something, I don't know. Porky. Shimei, remember Porky? I called it back and what did you called it? What did I do? Wow, Callie, you got some kind of nerve. You called me crazy back then. Isn't that a beautiful house? Look at that gingerbread work up there. I know you're joking, honey. I'm joking too. I want to show you the house that was featured in the 1940s movie All My Sons with Edward G. Robinson and Burt Lancaster up here. What a quiet street. Listen how quiet it is. What a freak show here. And you can watch all of these movies for free on YouTube. All My Sons is an amazing movie. It's about a guy that runs a war plant that produces defective engines and yet still sends them out to the Air Force. And people died in the planes and then having to live with that. And when his family finally finds out what he did. It's a hell of a powerful movie, and this is where the movie was set here. So that first one is All My Sons. Right here, this is the house. This is where the movie was filmed, right here. You know Edward G. Robinson and Burt Lancaster. Beautiful home. Let's see if we can get a wider angle on it. I don't know. Maybe that's a bit tighter. Hi. So that was that movie. Yeah, very powerful movie. Let me make sure my lens is clean. Yeah, I would suggest you write down the movie. It's called All My Sons. I think it's Columbia Pictures. Imagine keeping that secret all those years. And all those flyers died because of defective engine parts. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful movie, too. Very powerful ending. Now, we're crossing the intersection here. And there's 4 homes here. 3 of which have been in major motion pictures. We'll get to them all. Where did Jimmy Stewart live? I lived down in, I think Jimmy lived down in Beverly Hills. I might need correction on that. I don't know. No, it's not purple. It's chips that they put down. Shit. Here's a nice, I don't know what you'd call this, craftsman style maybe, I don't know. I hope you're here, hug and kiss. She's like, oh, it's such a beautifully appointed home. If I saw you coming through, yes, I would call my police. It's all my sons, not my 3 sons, all my sons. What I do for hug and kiss. There are a lot of movies filmed. No, we don't have any purple grass that I know of. The zoning requirements are very, very strict here. Look at how wide the street is, because this is the street that the funeral cortege would move here up to the cemetery, would come down the street. And the theory was they wanted to take people in a neighborhood that they never would have been in before as their final journey to the graveyard, a beautiful neighborhood. So they used to bring the horse-drawn hearse here up this street. That's like a Gone with the Wind. Do 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 do. Da dee da 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 da. I'm gonna call the police. I don't know. He's got a freak on the street. He's got a A's. I don't like that A's jersey. It's like Oakland. Beautiful brickwork on that. Man, you got to have a lot of scratch here. A lot of do-re-mi. Look at this baby's on a double lot here. Wow. My sack gets tingly just walking down here. How's the picture? Sometimes we get a little shaky over here. Look at the size of this eucalyptus tree here. This thing is a monster here. You can smell that eucalyptus. I'm going to stand next to that so that you can see the scale of me next to that. Put that baby right there. Oh man, that is a giant tree, ladies and gentlemen. That is a huge tree. I can't tell you how big that thing is. That thing is the worst thing to have in a fire, though, because when it catches fire, it explodes sparks out. You get some really freaky big, you just get weird looking trees in California. Eucalyptus trees. Look at these big burls. Yeah, it smells like eucalyptus. Yeah. This is the Pollyanna house here. Look at how beautiful that home is. Oh, the gate's open. Whoa! Look at the little gazebo there. It's almost like a Kincaid painting right there. Thomas Kincaid. I always thought that looked so much like a Kincaid painting. I mean, that's just like a perfect Thomas Kincaid painting. Yeah, I'm going to grab a screenshot on that. There we go. Doesn't that look beautiful? Yeah, I've had people call the cops on me before here. So, you know, the cops will go, somebody's got a camera outside my house. Wow. We'll come around the front here. It's a good time because the sun is down in the west, because that makes it impossible to get a good afternoon shot. So this was the house that was used in the 1966 movie Pollyanna with Haley Mills, Jane Wyman. And that is really the house there. Every time I see the fountain, I feel like I got a whiz. But Halloween, they sometimes have a Cinderella coach there with real horses pulling it and a girl dressed like Cinderella. They have a lot of money. A lot of money. Yeah, it's a beautiful home. It's the Mableton Mansion. It's the most expensive home in the city. And you've seen my Halloween things over here. Yeah, shouldn't have worn the athletics jersey because people get nervous. There's the Bank of America statements. Yeah, and Fortune magazine. I'm calling the cops. You took a picture of the mailbox. Yeah, eucalyptus trees are terrible. That's Australia's gift to the United States. Another bad imported idea. Here's the far end of the property here. That is a beautiful, beautiful property. Oh, this freak is outside of our house here. Yeah, it's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of maintenance, but that's a hell of a property. You can see that. You can see why that was in the movies. Then we get some contemporary houses in here. But they're big. A lot of square footage under there. There's some freak moving a trash can around down there. Yeah, this is for a man to hug and kiss. She shamed me. Got black walnuts here. Yeah, that's a big walnut tree right there. People have class here. You got to keep your voice down. No kidding. Somebody will call the cops. There's a freak there just getting home from work, I guess. Okay, let's clean up the signal. We have the house from the movie Happy Land with Don Amici. It was the very first movie that Natalie Wood was in as a kid, was Happy Land. here. So the houses have been in a lot of movies on this street. Look at this oak tree. This is every bit as big around the base as the other tree. I think this is the house. Yeah, this is the house from Happy Land, the movie, with Don Amici and Natalie Wood. Really beautiful house. Yeah, there's some ladies at Halloween time, they sit on the porch, they're dressed like witches and stuff. What a beautiful home, huh? I don't think there's much more to see down there. I think there's one more. I think this house here. These people gave me the cemetery's down. These people gave me a real stink eye there. They're turning around and looking at me. Oh, wow. Because of the beauty of the streets and the homes here, there's more to come. Yeah, it's a beautiful street. But you gotta have money like a man to hug and kiss to live here. They put up big Halloween displays, but they don't put it up till the night before. So I've done a lot of videos over here at Halloween. You have to do videos because you don't have the signal quality. All right, we can cross over here. There's a big mansion over there. Yeah. All right, this freak's gonna run me over. So I don't go metal detecting over here because people are like flipping out all the time. Here's a big English style home. Just very neat and clean, well taken care of. No, I don't think T.O. could cut a thing straight. That beautiful sitting out area over there. I really like this house. I'm not crazy about this. Is like a big tulip magnolia tree here. What is this? Dirty windows. Yeah, okay. Sure the neighbors like that. Something smells good. Somebody fired up some big meat on the grill. Look at these beautiful, I guess they're geraniums here in the middle. There's a lot of scary, I couldn't believe it when I moved to California how frightening the trees were in California, because the dry season so long, they get all gnarly and twisty. I think Amanda Hug and Kiss could like a little cottage like that. 2.2 million. Ooh, I wouldn't want someone leering into my property. You're disgusting. You really disgust me. I know, I do that. Here's a nice cheerful home. You have trees, there's always something to take care of. They're always busting up the sidewalks. It's a real nightmare. Here's another tasteful, simple place. Sidewalk's getting a little crusty. It is beautiful. It's lucky it's such a wealthy county. Here's a big mansion here. It's got some freaky dragon there. Here's one of the blocks that used to get out of your carriage in front of this home. From your carriage, you'd step down on the block. It usually has the person's name on it. Yeah. This has the address. That's a big house. Who wouldn't like to have a coffee with Alan Gentry? Are you kidding me? I did. I had the pleasure of buying the man breakfast. This house is huge. It might look small on here, but it's enormous. This house. I think they got their rotten fig tree right there. Yeah, a rotten fig tree. Let's clean up the signal. Grapevines. I don't know what the hell these people put in their property. That looks like an apple tree right there. It is an apple tree. There's an apple hanging down. I never thought that you should put, my battery's okay. I got my block with me. I'm at 20%. I never thought you should put like fruit trees and things in a front yard. Here's another enormous home. Here comes Spike. Spikey! Oh shit, it's, who is that? Magic? Is that you? Meow. Yeah, we got some projects coming up. See you, Frankie. Oh, the fig tree. Oh, man. That. Yeah, I try to be a decent person. We could do a cinematic. Yeah, just what you need. Another cat. It's funny. It's funny. There's the Mableton mansion again over there. Frame up a nice shot right there. Hug and kiss would literally wet her pants around here. Oh, the neighbors and I would get on famously. Me being from the environs of Atlanta. This guy's really cheap for Halloween too. We would have soaped up all these windows when I was a kid. This guy's so cheap. Some of these people don't go for anything. There's that eucalyptus tree. That thing's a monster. Here's this house might be empty. I don't know. Oh man, if you like no candy, see you next year. Oh yeah, we would do a number on you. There'd be sand, dog dew, maple syrup. Yeah, you would get the Aunt Jemima treatment for sure. Hey Phil, what's going on? More weird looking trees here. This is nice because the path is offset here. I like the offset. It works. Right here, it's a really nice offset the way they did that. Hi.
New person. Sorry, putting him on his back.
I don't bite. I'm okay.
I'm like, he's in doggy jail. Hold on.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't bite.
Oh, no, he's being a punk today. Hey, I know. You want me to talk to Maddie?
This is new construction. It looks like hell. I don't know how this thing got approved in the neighborhood. This house coming up was featured in Alfred Hitchcock's 1943. I think it was Hitchcock's best movie, A Shadow of a Doubt, with Teresa Wright, Joseph Cotton. It's got a hell of an ending on it. It's also available for free on YouTube. Beautiful 1910 Victorian. Beautiful house. So this is where Alfred Hitchcock would sit here and direct, and he would be smashed out of his mind by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They had to wrap for the day. Is that not a beautiful house? So that's the fourth movie on this road. Every one of a major motion picture. Yeah, it's a gorgeous home. Yeah, that's good, Phil. Glad to hear it. Yeah, so this is one corner with, you've already seen 2 of the homes in motion pictures. Now you have the third of 3 out of 4. This was in the movie Scream with Neve Campbell. This is McDonald Avenue in Santa Rosa, California, aka Movie Row. Hollywood and Santa Rosa. I have a couple videos here. Yeah, this was the house in Scream. got the big wraparound porch. And the lady's really cheap. She doesn't put anything out for Halloween either. She's a real jughead. So there it is. One corner, one intersection, 3 or 4 homes. They're always filing permits to film in town. Yeah, the houses are super well built. There was no such thing as fast construction. In the days when people still put awnings over their windows. Stained glass. This is where hug and kiss would be. Yeah, we're about wrapped up. Hey, Erica, how are you? I love that. The little Japanese maples are nice. I like them. They're not going to be too big. They're going to be kind of nice. All right, we're out of here. Our signal should improve. Let's go get some dinner. We got some hungry cats to feed. Oh, man. Oh. I think at Halloween, I am GTB, but it's not going to be for about a week to 10 days. I got too much shit to do here. I haven't even got the equipment I need yet. Yeah, that was a nice look around. That was done for hug and kiss. You don't ever want to disappoint her because she has a memory like an elephant. She will call you out. It's a little darker tonight, so luckily nobody called the cops on us tonight. This house over here always reminded me like an Episcopal church. Right there. Kind of cool looking. But you got to have good taste to live here. So I don't know if this would exactly be my neighborhood. I'm not sure. Like they might not like cheap beer. You're welcome, Amanda. Hug and kiss. Yeah. All right. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I don't know. I got kind of a hankering for Italian tonight. I don't know. It's a little hard to get out of here. We're going to try to turn around here. And, some people don't like this turn that I execute right here. But we take the whole width of the turn in. And we turn it into a U-turn. You got to have a lot of money to live in Santa Rosa generally. You always have a hankering for Italian. Yeah, we haven't cracked the prison spaghetti sauce in a while. I don't know. I'm kind of hungry. For Halloween, I'm gonna be a witch. Nice. I kind of feel like some pizza tonight. I do have a couple pieces. I did freeze some of the pizza last time. I didn't want to waste it just to see if I could pull it out and heat it up again. I might have that tonight. I don't know. There's New York pie where the lady took the dentures out right at the table with spittle hanging on them. Kind of overtook our whole food review. No, I did thaw some steak. I might have that tomorrow night. some of that white semi-truck steak. Dude, I was with the boss and Janet, and they gave me some of it, which was real nice. Do 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 do. Then again, I might feel like Chinese tonight. I don't know. I might have Chinese. I got some nice salami at Costco. I like their salami, but it went up $1. The cases of soda, the 35 packs of Coke Zero, they were $17.95. I went in today; they were $19.95. So I'm seeing price creep for sure. So when it comes to Halloween, I've got to be over there with the camera. I can't do it live. There's too many people live when the shit's going on over there. And you get better quality when you walk around and show all the stuff. I still have the Broken Yoke, a very short video. You can see the place, you can look at the menu, you can look at the meals that we had. Taint bad. Did we already pass the Chinese place? I think we did. I think we did. Let's try it again. This guy wants to yell at me. I'm too distracted. Well, Kelly, yep, that'd be all right. I think that you would love to go into the Circa on a Saturday or Sunday and just hang there all day. You just at the biggest sports book in the world, the biggest, longest bar in the world. They just spared no expense in making that first-class operation. Well, have you ever been in a sports book before? It's pretty interesting. All right, here's the Chinese here. We got a place to park. I kind of feel like Chinese tonight. Taxi cab permit only, and it's not good. I gotta let these birds go by behind me. Oh, brother. It's hard to tell if anybody's behind you or not when you're pulling down here. There's so many freaks around here. Doesn't appear to be any easy parking, and as usual, if I can't park easily, my money stays in my pockets. What about the downtowner? What did you say? What's wrong with the downtown? I will say the downtown. The downtowner's fine. Everybody knows me. Got the coffee in the morning. I walk right out. I'm right over at the church helping out the morning feeding. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I got the skin hanging off my lip. It's so disgusting. Jen doesn't. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. You either can get a new boyfriend, or tell this guy to beat it, which would be my suggestion. Like they said in Glengarry Glen Ross, hit the bricks, pal. Is your friend's dad? Are you dating a dad or what? I don't understand. I don't understand all these modern relationships. I don't know. Don't blow my head up. Good night, Alan. Good to see you tonight as always. Oh, yeah, I still have all my teeth except upper and lower wisdom tooth on the left-hand side of my mouth. Pretty amazing at 67 still to have all my choppers. Jim is mine. When Jim goes, he doesn't like Fremont. Okay, well, is he going? Is he gonna go to Fremont, or what's the story? And talk to me as if you were talking to a child. Like the great Jeremy Irons says in the movie Margin Call. I think I'll tell you that story tonight, Amanda hugging kids. That'll make you feel better. We wanted, and then what that guy dressed as. Wow. Do I understand? Kelly, don't torture me tonight. It's bad enough you and I are riding the Chargers to the end of the line. We bought the ticket, we take the ride. You're in for 20, I'm in for 20, that's it. On your advice. That's it. What's up, Tommy? How you doing? Watching my postseason baseball. Is that a question or is that a declaratory sentence? I don't know. We're aboard for the whole ride. I got some hot dogs too. It might be nice to have some hot dogs tonight. No, she's not dating Jimmy the hobo. No. Oh shit. Although Jimmy's a well-educated person, I enjoy Jimmy. I wait for the White House ballroom grand open. It'll be all right, man. It's about time it classed up the place. It shows the world that we're in the Gilded Age. I'm dating John Harbaugh. I couldn't imagine anything more boring than dating a professional football coach with extra onions. Yeah, I might have a couple dogs tonight. That does sound pretty good. We can't put them on the grill though because we don't have any gas in it. Yeah, Jimmy's a good guy. I like Jimmy. We could get carry out Mexican tonight. I don't know. The mitote is still going good. Wow, I've already been live like 4 hours. Can you believe it? Look at how dark it is. Well, you wouldn't believe today I'm already 10 pages into my new book. You gotta always have a follow on writing coming down the line. just flows. It just flows. Hit the bricks, pal. Like Glengarry Glen Ross. You can't sell, hit the bricks. Your kid's sick, I don't give a. Go home and play with your kids. Ooh, it's rugged, man. Rugged. That's the way big sales are. Big commission, baby. You got to get up on that board. First prize is the Cadillac. Second prize, the steak knives. Third prize, you're fired. Ooh, do I have your attention now? Good. I'm only here because of Mitch and Murray. If it was up to me, I would fire a lot of you. 12 years the other coach. Yeah, figured it out. There's nothing new under the sun. This guy's predictable. You got to get Dan Lanning out of Oregon. I don't know what it's going to take. That would be my top pick. Pay the guy whatever the hell he wants. And in 2 years, you'll be in the Super Bowl. Oh, man. Yeah, put him on the skillet. Yeah, Blue Hour. Oh, I mean, got me your book to Canada. Yeah. Dodgers need 3-2 in the fifth. Winner feces. It's all about the feces. GTB, what are you talking about, dude? Oh, baby saw. No, it's Rosie. You're so. I don't like you. I got to get my sweatshirt on. I wish she may. She's a black woman. I wish she'd fire you. How about that? Here you go, white boy. Hit the bricks, pal. Oh, man. Hardly working. I know, I could not believe. That was the big thing, man. That absolutely stunned me. I was not prepared for that. Don't rush the house. I can barely tolerate y'all. And that's saying a lot. I know, who can yell the loudest? Oh, man. I already burned myself once on that. I'm not sure, GTB, what you're getting at there. All right. Let's get these critters fed. We need some fresh. Let's get some light on here. Kitchen Stadium is taking a beating. All right, what are we going to have tonight? Meat pate. Who loves you, baby? Wow. This is how older people break their hips, stepping over cats and stuff. That stuff is so gross. Everybody gets a full belly, okay? Not like somebody thought I was a meanie. Thought I was heartless. And I know you're watching. Shame on you. Alright, here we go. Can you get away? You immediately got to get this one out of there. Simba! What are you doing, Simba? Huh? What are you doing? I knew that would bring you running. Everybody will be happy. Ooh. All right, let's get our fresh peanuts. Ooh, no alcohol, no liquor tonight. That was a rare treat. Cats are firing away. Everybody gets along good on my feeding program. No waste. You have to respect the order. The little kittens jump in there and they get savage. They just don't understand. They're used to being on mama's tit, having high priority, and then the hammer drops, and boy, it's ugly. All right, are you gonna be on my chair? Thank you. So we'll enjoy the cat feeding a little bit. The growling. Everybody gets full. Nobody leaves hungry. I think the weather's going to be good now from here on out. Really lowered the fire danger. All right, take care, Shemay. Thank you. Yeah, people don't like you leering around their house. Oh, your brothers. No fighting brothers. This isn't Ultimate Fighting Championship here, okay? Let's all be cool. No growling. We got to get some beer this weekend. Yeah, it's almost like they are grumpier. I don't know. Feeding time is just very competitive. I keep an eye on things. I maintain law and order. I don't allow free-for-alls out here. What's tomorrow? Thursday already. Wow. When the missing leg keeps looking to where Rosie. Everybody eats here, Phil. We don't play favorites with the cats here. Well, I guess I do like Skywalker best. Oh, man. Everybody eats. Because when their bellies get full, they don't care as much. But yeah, there's definitely a pecking order. Here comes Simba. Oh, wow. You get that all night long, man. Oh, man. Yeah, people still think I'm with CIA in China. Tommy, who would you rather play, the Reds or the Dodgers? Is that WW? Oh, shit. That's funny. An iota of respect. Hey, that's why I pulled it over here, because you're not behaving. You're not the only one that eats. Oh, man. Oh, well. Thought we were going to have a showdown. Move. Sorry, Kelly. I gotta keep an eye on this situation here. We got Simba going into his combat role here. I have to keep the peace. I don't know how many cats. It's a nightmare. But things are gradually getting under control. You ever seen Argentina when it's not sucking money down? Another corrupt as shit government. Great meats, but the legacy of Diego Rivera lives on. We're all right. I try to use non-physically disciplinary measures. I try to use I got a good flow now. The big cats have eaten, so they're pretty happy. Now the second wave is coming in. Woo! Yeah, I guess Baby Socks moved back home again. Thank you, Stephen. And welcome to the channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Easy, Simba. You're just a grumpy cat. Why don't you stop being grumpy? Yeah, the black cat's, he doesn't care. He doesn't care if you knock him all over the place. He just continues eating. He's just very easygoing. He's just always chill. What's your above comments? Control the greed of Wall Street bankers as well. Oh shit. That gets a man to hug and kiss all excited. A nice merchant banker. Around bonus time. I guess he's up in Humboldt County. Oh, those peanuts are good. Oh. My boyfriend reminds you of the thing when you did in the car when you're actually doing that. Oh shit, he thinks that? That's funny. That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, Chemical Bank of New York, of course. The packing order. Wow. It's a ragdoll time. Your new name is going to be Ragdoll. Yeah, I've never really sprayed him with water or anything. Under his chin, his face was white. I'm 100 IQ sub down. You seem pretty smart to me, WW. Sometimes your language choice is left a little bit to be desired, but I'm sure you're a nice person. call it number, they get to eat next. Yeah, I've got a good order. The big cats eat, and then the smaller ones come in. Ragdoll, yeah. Good thing is we got no food wastage whatsoever. So they eat twice a day. And every cat gets its fill. Ooh. Oh, Simba, you're so mean. Oh, boy. Oh, brother. You know, it's like a constant battle here to maintain law and order. We've got a lot of personalities here. We have, this is Shadow, aka Ragdoll. This is Chairman Meow, female. This is Simba, three-legged cat. We've got Skywalker here. We've got Magic, Tiger, and this is Frida Kahlo over here. We also have Diego Rivera, and Karl Marx is around here somewhere, the mother. Don't ask me how we got female and male names. Easy. Wow. You have my surname. Have a great night, Nino. You ever been to Ireland? I have not been to Ireland. Nope. Fine cats, interesting. Yeah. Karl Marx. Let's get that name right. Karlmarx. Now it's a little feeding in peacetime. Oh, wow, Simba. Yeah, Karl space Marx. Easy, Simba. No, I've never had to resort to, I think one time I sprayed. Guess which countries in the top 6 wealthiest countries? Yeah, I can understand that somewhat. It's like the people that think Mexico is still some third world country or something. You're next week, you're getting trapped up. That's for sure. I see Karl Marx still has to be fixed here, and that's really the last itch. That's Karl Marx over there, right there. She had two babies, Carla Frijo and Diego Rivera, fellow travelers in communism. Oh shit, and socialism. Don't scare him, or you might not catch him. Uh-oh. See, we ate too fast. We took a shot and we got swatted, didn't we? Oh. The other cats just, they hang it. I've heard it all before. Uninterrupted shower. I don't even know what down. Maybe I could do it unrest. Why are you in all caps? Do you have? Are you spurging on me? Simba, the three-legged wonder cats. I enjoy your commentary because it gets me out of my bubble and makes me think. Well, we love you here, Amanda. Hug and kiss. Now you can see we got the little ones in on the other side there. Whoop. Bad cat. Well, I know, Amanda Hug and Kiss, you're the only person that attempts to answer what people would change back. All I hear is just from otherwise is just attacking the president constantly. I don't hear any solutions for things. I ask questions and I just get silence back. I mean, what can you say that you don't have now that you had then? You know, honestly, it's a lot of, a lot of virtue signaling and things. But that's just opinion. But I appreciate everybody. My relatives are from Galway Bay. Look at this thing. Look at the size of that tail. It's either a tree monkey or it's a cat. I haven't figured out yet. He's got a pop belly on it. Huh? You got that pop belly is what you got. It's got a big old belly, Luke. You got a big old right belly. Yeah, my family's out of Galway. I think yeah, history associated. Yeah, not so much today because the chair was wet. I don't think I'd like to get up on the chair. I wouldn't teach anywhere below a 4-year university. I'd be the professor with the kids picketing outside. Whoa, what the hell's that all about? Wow. Magic. 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 What you doing? Why are you chasing the cats around? Magic. Ooh, I love black cats. Absolutely love black cats. I should have named this one Porky. Oh, wow. Aren't we special? Dine and Dash. Although my dad never said we have relatives in Galway. I have no idea of community college students. I've never taught on I've taught on an elementary school level. I wouldn't teach on a high school level. Oof. Welcome back, Doctor. Yeah, it's nice. I'm mostly Irish, German, Alsatian. English. Just your average white boy. Oh, wow, we. Magic. Magic's very upset about something tonight. I don't know what it is. Magic is very out of sorts. I mean, Simba. What's wrong with you tonight, Simba? Huh? Why you do that? Huh? Why you growling all the time? Used to be a sweet cat. All the other cats liked you. Now you turn into a thug. Boo boo after the. Come on, don't do that. Wow. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I think it's going to be a while, Phil. We got big egos on both sides. We got a lot of skin in the game on this one. It's like who's got the bigger bird? You know what I mean? I'll take care of Simba's fine. I mean, everybody gets, I just like things when it's calm. I kind of monitor and make sure all the cats get something to eat. And we don't have any wasted food. WW, I can't always read all of the chat. I do better than most people, though. I don't know, Simba. I don't know because he got his bird snipped or whatever. Maybe a maggot nut. Maggot nut. I don't know. I don't think Buttercup Baby calls names. Good night. Thank you, Stephen. Welcome aboard the channel. I don't think you give it chat enough credit here, so we got some pretty easygoing people. Buttercup Baby, see why I blocked W. I stream I've been here 14 years. I'm on every day, either with a video, several videos, live streams. I've been on here every day except 4 days since January 4th, 2013. Metal detecting, crabbing, want to get some fishing in, vintage audio restoration, cooking, demonstration cooking. We made a nice big gallon and a half of soup last night. Thank you, Optimistic. What is going on? Thank you, Optimistic. Yeah, watch me. You'll enjoy it. We always have a good time. Sometimes we get philosophical, theological, sociological, psychological. But it's kind of like battle bots, you know? You got to have some stones to step in the arena. Yeah, thank you, Optimistic. It's good to see you. So, the way I like my new system of feeding, you get absolutely no waste whatsoever. So it's not this continuous open feeding. He's doing real good, Nick. I'm reading books that I'm writing to be published. That's really good, Stephen. It's good to be a published author. Here's the ragdoll again. Yay, I'm a ragdoll. Look at me. Everything's cool. Happy Halloween, you mofos. Ooh. I couldn't be scary if I tried. What are you doing? Huh? You got one of these burrs in your belly. There we go. Care. You got a burr in your belly. He's a ragdoll. Ooh. Ooh. Well, not straight, but I missed 4 days in 14 years. Yeah, the battle bots in the, when they come, smash down, and the announcers, oh, wow, he put them out of action. Things on his wheels are turning. Battle bots. Chairman Meow. He might throw up after eating. I would be surprised if this cat did anything. I mean, this cat is built for heavy duty. This cat's gonna be like his dad, a super jumbo big cat who doesn't worry about anything. Shadow. And then we got this one. It's Chairman Meow, who's a mess. Look at that. Right. Happy Halloween, mopos. I'm really Alan Frost with at least 10 published. That's good. Yeah, it's a hard slog. I mean, I have been declined 3 times due to we're not the proper agency to represent them. And I have like still six live options out there that I haven't heard from. But self-publishing is a beautiful thing to do, I can tell you. It's you buy your own ISBN numbers, you buy your own barcodes. Yeah, you have flexibility to take it to any bookstore, anything. You put it just on Amazon, gives the ISBNs, they control all publishing rights to it. So you got to be smart. Look at nut job on the table. Answer every summer. Wowee. I don't know what they're doing, WW, but there's definitely we're vying for the alpha male, even though they all got their sacks dropped. They still think they can blow their seed into everything. It's going to be a real shocker. Uh-oh. Simba sees the black cat up there. Not liking that at all. Oh, wow. Skywalker! Skywalker! Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm not sure, Buttercup, baby, but I like to keep an eye on things just to make sure, the food gets properly portioned out. We don't waste anything here. I mean, unfortunately, the other person didn't care how many cats came along. It was all like a big game, a big control game. Skywalker. With the big, yeah, they'll have a hard time opening this doorknob. All right, take care, Lisa. Yeah, I wonder how my battery's doing. Well, I'm up to 36%. Unbelievable. Are you gonna put those murder mitts into me, huh? Oh boy, you putting those murder mitts in, huh? He says, I can't help being the handsomest cat of all. I can't help it. I got a big pot belly. You're just a mess. Look at this slob. Yeah, they're getting big. Yeah, I like the no waste aspect. Yeah, they have to be inside. I would say they'll be there about 3 more years. I would say about 3 years. And they kind of dissed Sacramento, so they didn't have the uptake that they thought they would over there. Oh, Karl Marx, nice that you could join us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what time it is. 8:30. I must have been live 5 hours. Thank you, everybody, to my moderators. I really appreciate you being here. We were able to go over to McDonald Avenue, which is always wonderful. Good luck on your appointment tomorrow, Amanda. Hug and kiss. All will be well. Perhaps I'll write you in the book of intentions at Mass tomorrow. I probably will do that. Good night, Glenn. Good night, Vern. Thank you for everything, Vern. And guys, if you've not hit the thumbs up, could you please do so? Buttercup baby, thank you. Good night, Judy. Every time I walk in that 7-Eleven or that the Costco, I always think I go to Mass every day. Every time I go into that Costco, I think of you, Judy. Good night, everybody. Thumbs up are appreciated.